Yeah, I'll do an intro. Um, let's see. Yeah, so welcome everybody to the Star Courtesan live stream. We're going to be covering Star Courtesan. Its yearly convention. That's the game that we're covering, right, Mike?
I have no idea what game that is. I think this is Star Little Patch every month Asin, and yeah, but I'm
Wait, so
not
this
sure.
isn't Star Courtesan.
No.
Okay, because I've done a lot of, shall we call it, research for this game.
Okay.
The things I've done you could say are somewhat unspeakable. But if you're telling me that this is not Star Courtesan,
No.
okay,
It's
I've done
also
some things.
not Battlefield.
Okay, it's not Battlefield. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
this isn't Battlefield Con, so this is a surprising thing.
Yeah, I gotta send Chris a message and be like, hey man, when you schedule your CitizenCon event, could you maybe not do it one day after Battlefield launches?
Well,
Uh,
he
but I
believes
think we'll
that
be
he
good.
can compete with GTA 6, right? So yeah, I don't think he cares about any release dates.
Yeah, it's gonna be what? Well, I mean, you know what's crazy is this game's gonna have such big headlines whenever it comes out,
Yeah.
regardless of if it's great or terrible
Yep.
or in the middle. Like the headlines are gonna be massive. He's gonna get great publicity. All he has to do is release a good game to get good sales. So I think
Yes.
he could launch it around GTA 6 and do well if the game is good.
I
Right.
also think they're
So
so different, but it just comes down to like the timing of it or whatever. It's a single player campaign that, won't be super long, where GTA has so many more elements to it, I would imagine. So is it's competition, but just for people's wallets at the moment is how I would look at it. Like if you had a choice, buy GTA 6 or buy Star Citizen, and GTA 6 is not going to release on PC right away. It usually
yeah.
doesn't.
Well,
So
also, I mean, yeah, we all know that GTA 6 is going to be one of the biggest launches ever,
yeah.
but it doesn't mean that every gamer on the planet is going to play it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a huge interest in playing GTA 6, to be
I
honest.
don't
Like,
think I bought GTA 5. Maybe? I can't even remember.
yeah, like the graphics look great, but I know what the gameplay is. I know
Yeah.
what it's going to be. I've played them before and they're cool and I can respect them, but it's also not really the type of game that holds my interest for very long.
Yeah.
I played GTA 5 for a bit and never finished the campaign. I just got bored of
Same.
it and went, "Oh, okay." You know.
Same.
So,
And some people love it, right? The RP thing went huge and all that. So it just depends on the person. So he is kind
yeah,
of right that it's like he'd not be worried about it or whatever. Because everyone's
very
talking
different
about,
audience.
like, do not
Yeah.
release a game on this day or you will fail, kind of thing. And it's
Well,
like,
you know what? He could have an advantage, right? Where if no other developer is going to launch around GTA 6 and they're the only ones to, then they kind of
mm-hmm.
share that state. They're kind of it is a little bit of a pocket where
Ooh,
anyone daring to share that
that's pretty big
stage
brain.
with GTA 6. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
My chat is theorizing what could be announced at this CitizenCon. This is something we were talking about a couple days
Yeah.
ago, and that is guessing, and we have a couple of guesses that I feel are somewhat safe, but also nothing too crazy or too extravagant. Someone's joked that they're going to announce Star Citizen 2 at this year's CitizenCon, which would be cool.
They have to
Um,
release Star Citizen 1 first.
well, we already, I mean, in theory, the plan for Squadron 42 is that there's going to be 3 games,
Yeah.
maybe?
I don't know. I mean, we have never heard anything else since that, but it's like
Yeah,
they put so much into this one. Did they combine all 3 into one? I don't
yeah.
know, but um
And also, that would be
yeah.
totally dependent on the first game being massively successful.
Yeah, cuz where do
Because
they get
if
the
it's
money
not,
from?
then yeah, you can't throw more money at it.
No.
But I am excited for. I mean, we're old sci-fi nerds, and that we're the core demographic for the game. You know, it's got Mark Hamill in there.
Yeah.
We're gonna play the game. It's just gonna happen. All your old aging Star Wars fans are gonna buy Squadron 42. So
Yeah.
he's got that market, and that market also probably is not the same market as GTA 6. core demographic, right?
Probably not, no. And,
Yeah.
just I guess we should do a tiny bit of, housekeeping like we did every year. I'll just take over this one real quick. We
Yeah.
don't have any alerts on, we don't have any things like that, so as far as, like, support goes through today's stream, obviously, myself and LevelCap appreciate anything you guys decide to do today. If you subscribe or you follow or you do any of that stuff, we appreciate it, but, we're focused on the show and talking about the show, and we're going to try and be as quiet as possible during the segments. This year's going to be a little bit weird because we don't know about breaks and things like that in between. There probably won't be any, so we're not going to be doing any calls this year, things like that. So just so you guys know that we appreciate you and we're not ignoring you. And I know Twitch is, I don't know how YouTube audiences are with that stuff, but Twitch is very like pay attention to me when it comes to alerts and stuff. So just want to apologize for not doing that now. It's not that we don't appreciate it. It's just we want to give you the best show possible for all of you. So that out of the way, do you want to talk about what you might see today?
Yeah, and I think this would be a good time to also like I don't know what you've been chatting about with your chat, but it'd be good to pull the audience on this as well,
Yeah.
theorize on what
Mm-hmm.
we're going to see at CitizenCon today.
Sure.
Um, they said we're not going to see Squadron 42.
Mm-hmm.
So if we take Jared at his word,
I believe
then
them.
we're not going to. Yeah, then we're not going to see any Squadron 42. Okay, so that means it's going to be what's coming up in Star Citizen.
Yep.
We talked about the UI stuff a few days ago,
Yeah.
which they've teased a screenshot of for inventory management and stuff like that. Not super exciting in terms of like the big ticket items that they generally show off at CitizenCon, but there's probably going to be a segment for that. I mean, they've spent significant times showing off hair technology in the past. So
Yeah.
I would not be surprised to see inventory management as being a significant feature. In terms of showing us something big and flashy that makes us go, ooh, I think there's a good chance that we'll see some pretty substantial previews of the new systems that they're working on.
Yeah.
Nix is theorized to be next, and they've already shown us some stuff from Nix and from some of the other systems. So obviously they've been working on it. Hopefully they've made a decent amount of progress since the last time they showed that, and that would be a nice big flashy thing to show off.
We were. I have some of this stuff queued up already, which is kind of nice because we were
Oh,
watching all
nice.
the previous segments from last year. Is what I was doing beforehand, and just kind of trying to get a general idea of what to expect from this year, right? And it's uh, a lot of like PowerPoint presentations is what they showed. I would say, I mean, you're a game developer, so you would probably understand this a little bit more than I am, but like more like the prototype phase of some of the things that they want to show is like if
Yeah.
you were to show this in a meeting of some kind to somebody, we're just part of that meeting in a way,
Mhm.
and what they're trying to show. So like that's what the Levski thing probably was. A lot of the crafting stuff was just images of mock-ups and things like that. I kind of expect on some of the things that we saw mock-ups as last year to be maybe more polished, more in-engine if we see them this
Yeah.
year. And then a few other things. I definitely agree with Nyx. We didn't see a lot of Nyx. We saw a lot of Levski, which is the one landing zone there. I'm very curious to see what we learn. Does it have a similar experience that Pyro had, where Pyro was just like, this planet is dead, that planet is dead, you're not going to these things, and then it turned out to be like, very filled with explorable
Yeah.
area, maybe not filled with content, but
They
explorable area.
realize that a dead system is pretty boring for gameplay.
Yeah, and like Nyx and Pyro are both like listed as fairly dead in comparison to a lot of the other
Yeah.
systems in the lore, so they got to deliver something. Big thing about Nyx, if people aren't aware, Vandal raids is like the content that's there. There's some hints in the leaks, things like that, that they're updating Vandal ships. I think that's more like Squadron 42 related, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Man, it
So
would be cool to raid a Vandal, like a Vandal cruiser or something, and have like an entire
yeah,
interior fight. That could be epic.
yeah. I
Get
mean,
those giant Vandal models in game.
Yeah, and
throwing
then
spears at you or whatever they do.
maybe crafting mats, tech, new components that you
Yeah.
don't normally see, weapons. Like it's all sorts of ways you can go with that. So that's what I hear a lot of the community saying is that's I think those are like the more expected things. Is there
What do you
anything?
think
Go
about
ahead.
yeah, I was gonna some of the items from last year's CitizenCon
Yep.
that got me excited that we don't have yet that I would very much like to see. One would be the instanced raids on places like ArcCorp,
Yep.
Area 18. Those looked cool, and I'm very excited about the idea of instanced raids. I think that's the future for Star Citizen, and I think they kind of realize that as well, where they're like, yeah, we really need to flesh out our instanced mission system much better. So if they showed off some of that, that would be exciting, like
Yep.
something really cool. Because with an instance raid, you can do a lot more fun stuff. You can have like crazy, I don't know, bosses and smarter AI and whatever. I don't know what they're gonna do.
I like as somebody who like advocates for the game having lots of PvP. That's something that I absolutely agree with. Like so much. We actually have something now that's getting close to that, which is like you're kind of understanding their intentions. Is
Mhm.
the new boss fight, the like double snake fight thing that you have? It's called the
Right.
Yormandi. You go in a door, and then after you go in that door, the door closes behind you. So it's your fight, and then people can observe you fighting above until you're done, and then they can go in. So it's like they're trying to not have people, mess with your fun because it's meant to
Yeah.
be a PvE experience. Maybe they can kill you and take your stuff after when you're leaving or whatever, but in that moment, they want you to enjoy that experience. They
Yeah.
curated this experience for you, and it's hard to curate any experience if other players can jump in the middle
Yes.
of it, right? So
It's
it's
it's only taken them well over a decade to realize
yep.
all the lessons that games like WoW have solved so long ago.
Yeah.
I was like, so we're gonna have an instance. You go in, you fight the boss. Nobody screws with your stuff while you're doing that. Sounds good. Everybody going, yeah, yeah, great. We're gonna build the whole game around that concept. Cool. Star Citizen's like, no,
Nah.
immersive, fully simulated all the time. Players are going, excuse me, I don't love it when I spend 20 hours prepping for a boss fight, and then some guy flies in and bombs us with a with a bomber or something.
Yep.
So
The
yeah,
classic A2 moment. But
yeah,
the yeah, like I mean, we even heard about them understanding that a little bit last year with like base building. They were like, "Well, you can't just go in with an A2 and bomb anymore. You have to take the shields down." Right? So,
mhm,
uh of things that we saw last year, um a more it would make me over the moon happy. I just real like thought of this one now.
mhm.
Base rating in Pyro, but like a playtest of the devs actually doing it instead of a fancy YouTube video of what they intend to have it be. That would be very cool for me. But I don't expect that necessarily. I definitely expect more
Yeah.
of the fancy video of like this is what we would love to deliver to you next year. Maybe we hit it, maybe we don't. Maybe it'll be a little
Mhm.
different, maybe it won't. But uh that would be something that would excite me a lot, I
That
think.
would be cool. They showed a surprising amount of base development content, which really made it seem like they are much further along than I thought they
Yeah.
were gonna be. So they could I could easily see that as being like at least a video of like here's what a base raid would look like.
Yep.
I'll admit I'm less excited about the kind of big org operations of Star Citizen
Yeah.
because I don't think that's gonna be a big portion of my time in the game. Probably like a once in a while type thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the instance side of things appeals more to me, something where it's like, okay, you and a group of three other people can join a raid and have fun with it.
Any
Yeah.
I was gonna say any MMO I've played, the huge group stuff. I've never played WoW. I have this thing against playing WoW. I don't think I'll ever log into WoW ever. Um, just out of principle because it ruined my favorite game ever, Ultima Online. But the
Okay.
like people stopped playing Ultima Online because when WoW came out, it made me very sad. But the any like massive group content I've never really enjoyed, but small group stuff,
Yeah.
small like 10 max is the best. The best.
Yes, I
Like I've
agree.
been playing Eve all year, and I'm sorry, the huge like I'm in a war right now.
Oh,
Sitting in
yeah.
a like with time dilation, it's the worst experience of all time. You press a
Mhm.
button, and 3 minutes later, you hit the guy for some damage. Like it is awful. So
Yeah, I've
I'm not
I've
for it.
experienced enough of the MMO hurry up and wait gameplay,
Hmm.
and I just don't have the patience for that anymore. I think when I was younger and I was, like, really excited about the scope and the ideas of these things,
Yeah.
you would you could sit around for a 2-hour prep session for a battle and then have a battle, and that was fun at the time. Now I'm like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that anymore. I need my if got 30 minutes to game, I want that 30 minutes to be spent gaming, like
Yep.
not preparing to
And
game.
here you are covering Star Citizen.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know what? They had some marketing in the early days that made it look like it was going to be a game that I could just jump into and play. It has
Yep.
sort of deviated from that path a little bit, and I'm they're slowly kind of coming around to it, but also
Yeah.
simultaneously fighting it at the same time. They're sort of the game development or design seems to be a little bit. It's got like misguided visions that compete with each other, and
Yep.
then they fight, and then one prevails, and they go, "All right, we're gonna make it easier for you guys to play this game,"
Yeah.
and then the game changes.
Yeah.
Um,
It comes down to like one thing I think with a lot of this stuff. If you just logged out where you are, it would solve so many problems of the like going problem.
yeah. Oh
Like
my gosh, yes.
it'd be so much better.
Also,
Um
the
yeah.
respawning. Oh, we talked about this a little bit, but this is one of my gripes: is
Oh
you
yeah.
die a lot in Star Citizen
Yep.
for things that maybe they're your fault. Oftentimes, it's just some janky stuff going on. You die, whatever. Uh, Having to respawn at a place that takes you 20 minutes to get back there to where you used to be is crazy. It
Mhm.
kills the gameplay for me, and not being able to select a respawn point that's closer is it just seems like a no-brainer to me. Like, why
Yeah.
are we transferring imprints to places? Just you have the internet, send the data, send it wirelessly.
Yep.
Let me respawn at the closest station or something, you know.
Yeah,
But
it's really goofy. And then on top of that, like I I am for like this med gel change thing that's happened, but at the same time I totally understand that like I don't think a single FPS death is really ever your fault unless you never shot back at the guy because there's so much desync and delay and
yeah.
jank with it. Like there's so many times where like I had a kill marker on the guy and then I'm dead and he walks up and starts looting my body and I'm like, wait, I thought at
Yeah.
least we traded. Nope, nope. He was dead and then he just came back to life. So it's
Well, and it's like the
weird
art
now.
of clearing a bunker. People who used to do bunker clearing a lot would have to they would be constantly turning around and checking the spawn closets for the guy that was just going to spawn late or at a random time, and
Yep.
like these aren't normal types of gameplay techniques that the average player should ever have to do or know about. But if you need to survive in Star Citizen, you have to know this
Yep.
weird subset of rules that revolves around the game's jank, and it's not a it's not enjoyable for a new player getting into it, going like, why am I dying all the time to all this weird stuff happening?
Yeah.
um
Absolutely.
there's one thing I wanted to bring up that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about too much, but it's one of the features that was shown off at last year, I think last year CitizenCon, which is the faster jump mechanic. Was it called fast travel? I forgot what it is.
It's still called Quantum Boost.
It's like
Quantum Boost.
Quantum Boost. I
Yeah.
really want to see that because that looks like such a huge quality of life
Yep.
upgrade for the game. Not this long calibration, open your map, look at stuff, like just a quick boost to the thing you need to get to
Yep.
mechanic. I see there being a lot of like a lot of things they have to solve with it, because even while watching it, I'm like, how's this going to work? How's that going to work? What's going to stop people from doing this? Like, there's a lot of issues with it. So part of me is like, are they even still going to try and do that at some
Yeah.
point? But they had it in Star Citizen way back in the day. They had a version of this that
Yep.
was it was janky, like everything.
I think it's called
But
Cruise. something like that.
cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm excited about that feature because I'm excited about anything that seems like a huge quality of life, gameplay, accessibility update to the game. So that's what gets me excited. It would be cool if they're like, Quantum Boost is ready. Here's what it looks like, or it'll be out in the next month or something, you know?
Well, I mean, given that they've been doing some play testing for the new flight model, I think it's just like slightly making slight improvements to the one that we already have. But this includes things like quantum boosting. I don't think they had it in the playtest, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and like nav changes and stuff. The um, I think on the list of things that I definitely expect to see today is a talk with like the flight guys and maybe them trying to show us, because it's so hard. It's so hard to show what your experience will feel like when flying the spaceships in the game. It's gonna. It has always been a challenge, I think, on their end, but I do expect to see that today for sure. They've had they've had a ship selling panel every time, but they've also done a lot of flight discussions in these, and of all the people like Yogi, the developer who usually does it, man, that guy gets abused by our community so bad, and he gets right back up and is always talking about it. So I feel like he likely is stepping up to the plate and
I think that's
definitely doing something.
lending some of my Battlefield background to this discussion.
Yeah.
Anybody in that game who's in charge of weapon balance, and which is essential for basically the
Yep.
feeling of the gameplay, right?
Yep.
Which I would say is kind of the same thing as the flight model in Star
Mm-hmm.
Citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Like how your ship turns, how much damage you do as a ship, all that stuff. It's going to dictate how fun or what type of gameplay it is.
Yep.
Those people always get the most abuse because
Yep.
the community is extremely opinionated, often divided. I don't think it's unique with Star Citizen, but Star Citizen has some of the most intense fans
Yeah.
out of any community. So,
Oh yeah.
stay strong, Yogi. Keep doing what you're doing, man. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Hopefully.
I'll admit I'm less interested in that part of it because
Same.
I'm only gonna get into paying attention to flight when they've really dialed everything in. Like I almost don't
Yeah.
care that much where it ends up. I'm just like when it ends up somewhere and you guys have all decided, then I will start paying more attention and actually practicing because I spent a bit of time practicing flying and stuff and getting better at it, and then they just changed everything and I went, "Oh, okay." So,
Yeah.
I'll just hold off.
I just
Yeah.
started trying again. It is such a challenge. I enjoy it, but I'm not looking forward to the time it takes to get.
Mhm.
I don't expect to be very good. I just want to be better than your average player that you come across. So hopefully I can protect myself. That's all I'm worried about. But yeah, I don't know. Is there anything that's like very off the board for you that you expect to see this year? Or not expect to
Uh,
see, maybe hope to see. Something that like you probably won't see, but it would be
the
make you super happy.
like the Pioneer, I would
Oh,
be
we're definitely seeing it.
ex-
You mean like
oh, you think?
finished?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, it won't be
I mean,
finished.
like more of a finish. So you
Yeah,
think we're definitely seeing something about the Pioneer?
1,000%.
Okay.
It's been
That was my
mentioned in
first
monthly
insane
reports.
ship purchase for this game
Yep.
when I was just like, am I doing something crazy right now? I think I'm doing something crazy. And then I bought that and I bought it during the first time they announced it. And
Me too.
which is like what, a decade ago
We
or
were
something?
competing. We were competing. I was at one of the devs' houses in Austin, and
Oh wow.
uh, on his laptop, F5ing like crazy trying to get it. That was the only time I've ever F5'd for any ship ever. And
Yeah.
that after that I realized that was the last ship I ever bought. That was the last real
Oh
money
wow.
I've ever spent on Star
Okay.
Citizen was then. Outside of
That's pretty good. That's pretty good
subscribing.
control, I gotta say. Yeah.
Well, it's when you spend way too much before that moment that you're able to like melt things and get other things. So you've spent your
Okay.
allotment already and you don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm in
Yeah.
way too deep. So it just doesn't matter at that point. And you could just try something while it's not there. Get rid of a big ship and then you can try a few small ones,
Mhm.
kind of thing.
For anyone who doesn't know what the Pioneer is in chat, I
Mm,
think sometimes we
yeah.
expect everybody to be as big of a nerd as we are.
Sorry, guys.
The Pioneer is basically it's a capital ship that flies around and can build bases on planets.
Yeah, I'll
And
bring up a video.
yeah, and according to the last update on the ship, it's going to have bigger building capacity than other ships, and it'll be the only ship that can build certain things like the stations, I believe. And they'll probably add some more special modules to it that it's the only thing that it can build. But one of the things that always appealed to me about that ship too is that it basically is like it's a flying base in itself.
Yeah.
It's meant to land. I think it's meant to have like automated turrets and stuff on it once it's like landed, or it has its own turrets that seem like they're geared towards like surface to air. Um, the interior looks insane.
God, let me
It's
get
just
through the whole goofy.
how old is this video? Is this the
7 years old. So this
Yeah.
is what it used to look like. They don't have any like video of it doing much
Right,
since
but I think
this
last CitizenCon they showed off more interior concepts
imagery.
and stuff.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
concept art. I could bring that stuff up too. And then that's what they've been mentioning in monthly reports and things like that for the last, I guess I would say, a good majority of this year. So seeing something of that, I expect to see a lot more. They also mentioned the big Drake one too, the Kraken. They've just started working on
Okay.
that. So as far as big ship updates, yeah, I think we're gonna see some of that stuff for sure. Um, but I don't know. There's some ships that we saw in the little silhouettes last year that we haven't seen yet this year. There was like a weird Drakey looking one that we've never seen. So maybe something on that.
I'm all for more alien ships. I really like the not the Vandal, the other guys, the trader race,
The
that
Banu.
trades. Banu. Yeah, what am I saying? The Banu Merchantmen. I
Yeah.
like their ships. I want to see more Banu stuff. Obviously, rip Banu Merchantmen. I would be so surprised to see an update for that at the CitizenCon.
Mm,
Like, I think CIG is just trying to not mention that ship until they have a definite plan to
yeah.
somehow build it.
Yeah.
But
That one
um,
they won't play with anyone's heartstrings on because they know how rough
yeah,
that experience was. What else have they mentioned? The Gattac Raelin. I don't know if you know that one, but it's like a cargo
yeah,
ship.
I like that ship a lot. The
It's
look of
cool
it looks
looking.
really cool.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So there's
And I
that.
like how the the alien. What's the one that lands vertically? The starter ship that they have in game right now.
The
I forgot what
Jian
it's called.
Scout.
Sulian,
Oh, the
is that it?
Sulin. Yeah, yeah, the
Yeah,
Sulin.
Sulin. I love the look of that ship, and like it's very elegant and stuff, even if it is a little bit jank in the way that you have to fly it and stuff.
It's a little bit
But
weird.
I just like them doing something different. Those always appeal to me.
Yeah.
Because they've got so much military industrial looking ships and stuff in the game. I'm like, cool, but you've got all these alien races. Give me more crazy alien ships. And the Vanduul looks so cool in all the trailers, but we don't get to see their big ships in game yet. So
Yeah.
just like, give me big alien ships. Give me something that's got weird stuff that doesn't look like it belongs to this universe, you know?
I feel like there's a good portion of this community that wants Squadron 42 out just so they can deliver the big Vandal ships in game and you could
Yeah.
actually fly them maybe. Cuz the whole like lore thing that they do is this company retrofits stolen Vandal ships for you to be able to fly in them and things like that. And I don't know what kind of hand wavium they want to do on that for big ships, but man, do I want like a larger Vandal. Like that would just be so cool. I think that would be sick. Like maybe very high DPS but low armor kind of experience, like
Yeah.
just very risky thing. I think that would be sweet.
Well, and
Um
I think gameplay like boarding Vandal ships for gameplay events and having kind of like the 890 jump where you have to clear off the pirates on that.
yep.
doing stuff like that, but with Vandal ships could be truly amazing gameplay once they get the AI working, or even instance it, right?
Yeah.
If you jump to the location of that ship and then that jump point becomes an instance, and now you can like have that high fidelity gameplay with your crew,
Yep.
that would be epic, coming with a stealth ship or the Vandal ship's been disabled and you have to get on board and steal a device off of it or something like, oh,
Yeah.
it'd be so cool.
And just kind of piggybacking on that just a tiny bit is after watching, like rewatching a lot of the stuff from last year today, it's like fresh in my mind that I didn't recall them saying this. Is the only thing I remember them saying instances was about that sewer system. But they had actually said in the same talk, like not about the sewers at all. It was instance fleet battles where you and a
Mhm.
bunch of your friends can have these really challenging fights where you may not just need an Idris or a Polaris, but you need other support ships, they said, and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So like their intentions are to deliver something really big. I don't know if their intentions for 2026 are that. This was the 1.0 talk thing, which is, I mean, I don't think I have to ask you, but do you think 1.0 is going to be in 2026? Of course
I
not.
mean, 1.0 is not happening until after Squadron 42.
Number
In
one.
that,
Yeah.
even then, I think, and so they've already indicated that they're hoping that they can ship Squadron 42 in 2026.
Yeah.
So I don't think a single person is going to be surprised if that release date slips, because that's all we are used to is Star Citizen release date slipping.
Yeah.
And I would not expect 1.0 to release even within a year of Squadron 42 releasing. Like they're going to need way more than a year to finalize 1.0. So, yeah, no, I absolutely don't expect them to
Okay,
make
good.
any sort of release date for 1.0
Just
this year.
checking. Just
But
checking.
that would be it would be in character of crazy stuff that they've done. I mean, how many release dates has Chris dropped where we're like, whoa, it's coming next year, dude, or it's coming in 2 years, and now we're like 7, 8 years out from those
Yeah, like you had to
benchmarks.
ask
So,
when that video was, and that was a year after. That was like a few months before they released 3.0.
yeah,
Like
right.
just to put things into perspective of just like how long we've been covering and checking this game out and being excited for things that they say. And I don't know, what's your level of excitement for today?
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say I'm like at a 6, to be honest,
That's
because so
pretty high.
last year was much higher because
Yes.
we got lots of cool squadron stuff. We
Mm-hmm.
got um all kinds we got all kinds of information. It was a huge event. This year they're like, yeah, it's going to be about a 2-ish hour thing. We're not going to show any squadron, and you more or less know that they can't make any big release date announcements around 1.0 because it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I am excited to see stuff, but comparatively to the last Citizen Cons, like I've been at like a 9 or a 10 before, and this is more of a 6, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that I'm not excited to see what they're going to say. I am excited. That's why I'm here. That's why
Yeah.
we're covering it. But because I like their weekly updates on everything with Star Citizen. I find those entertaining, and this is just like a mega version of that, right? So
Sure. For me, it's I can't even use the word excitement. I was explaining to my like chat early on in the day was like, obviously this is the game I've
Mike, you're like
hitched.
an abuse victim. You're like, I don't use the word excitement.
No.
Okay, like you have your trigger words and stuff.
No, I usually am excited. I usually am excited, to be honest. And but this year is after the last 2 years, and like I've obviously like hitched my car onto the Star Citizen train, right? So whether that's a content creation mistake or not, it is something that has happened. And the way he described, like Jared, not only when he said that we're not doing Squadron 42, he literally just, I rewatched it. He straight up said, we are showing our intentions for the next year, for 2026. I was like, okay. So it's like, it's nervous anticipation is what I have of like, I don't know the direction of the game anymore. I don't know if I'm comfortable or happy with the direction of the game anymore. And I'm going to find out what the next year of my life is going to look like, right? Kind of in a weird way. I put a lot of time playing the game
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And that's how I feel this year in comparison to other years. Is like, is it going to be like this year again? Cuz I
Yeah.
don't know if I could do that. Is one thing. Like, I've played the game more than I ever have this year, but it they did a lot of updates. It was often, there was always sort of something fresh and new, but I didn't necessarily I wasn't that, I don't know, there's something about this game that, like, the big stuff is exciting, and when they did a bunch of technically small stuff, obviously certain things like Hathor and the Worm were not very small. Um it was just such a different year, and it was tough.
Mhm.
It was hard to cover. It
Yeah.
was hard to play all the time. I don't know. And it was very buggy. And they set that expectation that, like, that would improve. And it did to some
Yeah.
extent, but not to anyone's expectations, I don't think. So, yeah, I have like a weird feeling going into this one, a different than any year ever is, yeah, just more nerves than anything, which is weird.
That's fair.
Yeah.
This year's been, yeah, I found this year very interesting as well because last year I really liked them saying that this year was going to be about making the game healthy and
Yeah.
playable and all this stuff.
Yep.
And I don't want to say that they didn't make improvements because they
Absolutely
did.
did. Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely.
but it's also been probably the least amount that I've played Star Citizen in a year for like the
Yeah.
past like 4 or 5 years. There just hasn't been enough to draw me in. And then when I do come in, the same problems that have always been a problem still get me. They haven't fixed a lot of the really big things that I take big issue with. Well, my last play session I was telling you about, I
Yep.
uh, inadvertently got a crime stat. It was a mistake. Didn't mean to do it. End up in prison for hours. The prison system was broken. I couldn't complete the things to get out. And, I was trying to play with some friends and it just totally ruined the whole experience. And I'm like, okay, yeah, right. This is Star Citizen still at its core, has all these extremely troublesome mechanics that they are put on the back burner because of this chaotic development where they're just like, we got crime and punishment in, it's problematic, but we'll move on. And you're like, okay, but that's gonna ruin everything
Yep.
in between now and whenever you update this system. So
Yep.
yeah, I've backed off and I've noticed I have a friend like you who's been playing, I think, more than he ever has been
Yeah.
before. And then I have another friend who's like, yeah, I might have logged in like once this year. And last year he was on all the time and he was like, hey man, we're gonna do some missions, let's do some stuff. So I think everybody's just on their own cycle, right? You've got
Yeah.
your little wavelength and you're like, this is a big year for me. I'm playing a lot. And for me, it's been a lower year and I've hopped on for the bigger events, but nothing really more than that.
Yeah. And
Checking
that's,
out the Idris was cool, but I knew that there wasn't going to be anything to do with an Idris for the most part, other than like org related activities or try and snipe the worm,
yep.
and other than that, like, it's just a gigantic ship.
Yeah.
So it's neat to see it, but yeah, you're just flying around it and doing the normal Star Citizen thing, which is let's run down all the corridors and look in all the rooms. And oh, isn't that cool? Oh, it's got a brig. You can lock somebody in the brig. So cool. And then you're like, all right, and that's that.
Yeah. Oh, so the news, I guess, is starting. Their YouTube channel has a countdown timer on it, because they scheduled
Yeah,
the show.
54 minutes. I am
Yep.
seeing.
Yep. So if you guys are just popping in and are like wondering when we're actually going to start watching the show, it's about 54, 55 minutes from now, and yeah, we'll be like every year. We keep it fairly quiet. I'm not going to go yelling and screaming in the middle of it.
Yeah,
It should be pretty fun. But yeah, I keep trying to think of something that would blow my mind completely, and I do struggle with that a little bit this year. I think we all kind of know what to expect going into it. I
yeah.
wonder I just wonder if they're going to go off, like, where couldn't they go off the board of, cuz like last year
Oh,
was
like
like
unexpected, like
like the
truly
space.
unexpected.
Last year was the space stations. Like,
Yeah,
nobody thought that was coming. No, I don't think anybody believes necessarily that they might do it. anytime
Yeah.
soon either. Because like I remember us watching last year, we were like, no shot. This is ridiculous.
What about gameplay stuff that they've kind of neglected forever, like data running or exploration mechanics, where you're supposed to be able to find wormholes and all that kind of stuff. They've sort of left that on the back burner, haven't really updated any details on how it's actually going to work, at least that I'm aware of. Um, and so they could like showcase what exploration gameplay is going to be, like how you find wormholes, and maybe they take you to cool instance locations now, and maybe that's like a mission system is exploration to find. I don't know, like they could do
Wormhole
something
space
fun
like
like
Eve,
that.
right? That's wild. That's not that that would be something that's off my board, but would make total sense.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. And hacking has been mentioned many times, and then all of a sudden, in the last 2 to 3 months, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in our chats, no mention of it.
Yeah.
That's telling
How
me
about
it
this,
might be
Mike?
on the
This is
show.
I got a crazy feature for you.
Yeah.
Player to player trading in universe. You just like I see you in the world, I go, I want to give Mike this ammo. Instead of throwing it on the ground and being like, hey, did that fall through the planet? Oh, hang on, let me try that again. Oh, is it glitching out? You weren't able to get it? Hang on. What if we brought up a trade window and I just put a thing in there and then you hit the little checkbox button that says I accept this trade, and then it ends up in your inventory? Like, I don't know. I came up with this idea. I don't think anybody's tried this before. This is sort of, I should really patent it
LevelCap,
before I
why
talk
are
about
you
it on screen.
trying to reinvent the wheel? It's ridiculous. Why are you
What
trying
if
to
they had
reinvent the
something
wheel?
crazy like that, Mike? I mean,
that would make me very happy. What would make me
Yeah.
even more happy is something they talked about very tiny, very briefly last year. Marketplace.
oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't enjoy using a third-party website to do transactions
No. So
for in-game items?
yeah, so for people who don't know, this year I can't remember. I think this guy DM'd me like years ago of he made this website that, we're going to do player trading here, and I was like, no one's going to do that. I didn't think that anybody was going to be down for it. And then this past year, again, in case people aren't aware, Star Citizen put in their first barter trader, kind of like Escape from Tarkov barter trades. And his name's Wicklow. He's an alien. You go there, you drop stuff off, and you get stuff in return. It's not the best system in the world. Not saying this is great by any means, but this started driving a player-driven economy in the game. And this website combined with Wicklow create our I saw it in the chat earlier today was the guys, like the two guys that help run our orgs, part of running that, doing sales on that website, made 182 million today. It's just nonstop
Star
trading.
Citizen money, not
Yeah.
real money.
Yeah, in Star Citizen money, which is a lot. Okay, that basically buys all the ships in just one day, because people are fiending for this stuff. It's really cool, and it would just be incredibly nice to just put what you have up for sale. People buy it remotely, and then they, if you want to be Chris Robertsy and physically go pick it up, then you do it. That's how it is in EVE Online. It works fantastically there, and that would be something that, but they would have to say it's coming by the end of the year, or it's planned for the first quarter of 2026. It has to be on the cusp for me to be blown away by it, because we saw some really cool things. And again, I rewatched it today, and they were talking like this stuff was coming. We're doing it.
Yeah. I would love to yes and that idea. So
All right.
yes, give me a trading system.
Yep.
Now give me all those cool items and crazy crafting stuff that gives me a reason to want to trade, right? I can go and get all the gear that I need to do just about anything in the game on any random bunker mission or whatever. I just kill a bunch of guys, pick up the guns I want, grab the armor. There's no reason for me to, other than cosmetics, aesthetics, bragging rights, there isn't really a reason for me to go out and get all this crazy stuff. So give me a ship component that makes my shields 20% stronger. Give me some armor that makes it so that I can go stealth or what, just some some cool items that go above and beyond what the normal items do. They're really hard to get, and now let me trade them on the marketplace.
Yep.
And now we have a cool, interesting economy that is worth taking part in for even the average players and not just giant orgs trying to, fill up their spaceship hangar wallet or whatever.
Exactly, because that's like you hit that point like so clearly. Is like, I'm like, we made 182 million today. What do we do with it?
Yeah, exactly. What would I do with it, right? Because I have no need for that. I have no. Sure, I could buy a giant spaceship
Yep.
and then walk around it and look at it, but that giant spaceship is not going to make anything in the game easier to, other than like maybe a few missions where you have to blow up some bigger ships.
Yeah.
Other than that small handful of missions, there's not really a reason to have the giant spaceship. So we need that. We need cool stuff. If you gave me better armor and better guns, that would let me run the infantry missions more
Yep.
efficiently. So at least there'd be a reason for that,
Oh, it hurt so hard to watch back the armor demo from last year, where it was like,
Yeah.
this armor is going to be better at damage mitigation, but it's going to have higher emission and like all this stuff. And it was like, I just remember thinking that last year, yes,
Mhm.
finally. And then they kept saying, you're not going to be able to. Oh, this was cinema this morning.
Mhm.
You're not going to, you're going to have to work hard to get these guys. You're only going to be able to find them in game. Every single released armor that was shown on that show has been sold on the store. Every single one.
Yeah.
It was like,
And do any of them actually have the special properties with them yet?
only one that was not shown, and that's the radiation one. And
Okay.
in a
Yeah.
PTU, the tracker one, if you hit tab, it pinged, so they accidentally left it in. But all of our
Oh,
all of our
interesting.
armor is going to be able to do that. So
Yeah.
it just to varying degrees. So it's
That
but
would, you know what,
that
that
hurt.
actually brings up a good point of something that I think maybe we will see more on is kind of gameplay ability systems, which would be anything related to player stats that you can modify.
Yes.
So they talked about upgrading your character. You would
Yep.
get faster over time. You would get stronger if you did more bounty hunting type stuff. Whatever, if you flew a spaceship in higher G, you would gain higher G tolerance. That seems like that would be something that they could get into more or even announce is coming in the near future. Um,
Such a
some of
polarizing
my
subject too in the community.
Yeah. Well, and also just give you a little bit of like from my dev insights now that I've been working on a game. Uh, those types of traits and stuff, they're usually all tied into each other together. So it's very hard to just release one thing at a time and be like, now you have the ability to run faster and all that. Usually you want to figure out how the whole system works before you employ that. So it could be a thing where you get a huge amount of modifiers all at once. And maybe they would
Yeah.
announce that where you go, okay, and now all your armor and all your stats and all your skill tree system or whatever they're going to have in the game actually affects your abilities and actually does it, and that could be a big content dump at once, and a real progression system too, especially that would be the first player based progression, right, where you're not just progressing towards items but you're actually progressing your character's abilities.
Oh yeah, I see some people. It's very funny because I linked the Steam page in the chat, and the guy asked, "What game is he working on?" Right, right under the link. But feel free to
Oh,
might as well share what game, so people are
I'm down to plug my
plug away,
video
brother.
game. I'm working on a huge surprise, a spaceship game.
Yep.
It's a spaceship action RPG called Sea Beams, and I do devlogs for it about once a month. We're gonna miss our monthly cycle this time because it's such a busy weekend for me. But
Yeah.
uh, we've been working on it for almost 2 years. January 2026 will be 2 year mark, and it's been a blast. I've been learning a lot about game dev. I'm not completely green to the world of development. I was a 3D animator and modeler before uh, getting into YouTube, and I even made some iPhone games before YouTube stuff. But yeah, it's fun, and there's a lot of inspirations from Star Citizen, but
Yep.
a huge amount of my inspiration comes from classic space games that I played many years ago, back on my beige Macintosh.
Oh my
I
god.
played a game called Escape Velocity, which is essentially the blueprint for every spaceship RPG that you've ever played. Which it could be what was that Bethesda game? I can't think of the name.
Oh, Starfield?
Starfield. Yeah, that everything's star something.
Yeah. It's so
Uh,
sad that it's that forgettable too, because that was supposed
yeah,
to
well,
be.
Star Citizen, Starfield. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's my old trailer. See, this trailer is embarrassing to me now. I'm like, oh, the game is so old.
Yeah.
We're almost a year beyond all this stuff. So like all of our VFX and tech has really
Did the
punched
second
out
trailer
now.
play, or is there another one on Steam that it played over?
I haven't made a second trailer yet.
Ah, okay.
So we're gonna
Incoming
update it
soon.
at some point.
Yeah. Soon
Anyway, it's
TM,
been
but
fun
yeah.
because it's given me a different appreciation for Star Citizen because I can see just how much work it would be to do all the things that they're doing, and I'm like, you know what? On a certain level, like their progress actually makes a lot of sense. In many ways, I can
Yeah.
still have my gripes with them kind of going back and forth with design directions and stuff, and that's a top down issue, but in terms of how long it's taken for them to develop a lot of their tech, I'm like, You know what, it's not that crazy, it's not that wild."
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's nice to see over the years, watching you make this and stuff, and watching the dev blogs and things, and I'm glad it came up so we can plug it and show people, because I knew there's so many new people that come to Star Citizen all the time, right? So that they may not have heard it
Yeah.
from last year or whatever. So it's
I
cool.
actually studied. This guy did a whole YouTube breakdown on the way that Star Citizen makes their spaceships,
Yeah.
to learn. Not that we copied what they did for our ships because they just go so above and beyond. It would
Yeah.
have not been applicable to our workflow. I'm like, yeah, we can't spend 4 months on every single spaceship.
Yeah.
But we looked at their techniques, which they are masterful. Their shipbuilders know how to do it. And it's not just making something look cool from an artistic perspective, but they go, how can we actually get this to run on your computer?
Yeah.
Because there's a reason why you haven't seen ships of Star Citizen fidelity in other games. Because to do that, the amount of like geometry overhead and texture overhead and shader trickery that you need to do is really on this incredible level that they have mastered. And
Idris is
we
in the
kind of
game.
take it. Yeah,
You
the
know what I
Idris
mean?
is in the game, a city-sized spaceship that you can fly around that has full interior, and to get that to run on your computer, I think we take it for granted a little bit, and we kind of complain about the performance in Star Citizen. And then I look at it now, having had to create my own spaceships, and go, how the heck did they get this working? This is really insane.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
I
That's
can
cool.
imagine it, and then I go, okay, the tech they had to build to do this is really crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I can see why it took years to get here.
And then not having a working inventory is like the polar
Yeah.
opposite of like, how does this happen? Like,
Yes,
how
yes.
do
Then
we
there's
get
other
here?
systems where you're like, this is relatively easy to solve.
Yeah.
Just solve it, guys. Come on.
Yeah. 100%. It's so funny. But yeah, keep trying to think of other things that we might see today. We're obviously going to have the ship sale one. Do you think they'll do you think they'll do any updates from the 1.0 stuff from last year? Or it's weird, it's only 2 hours, so what are they going to cram in? Is it going to be really crammed in? Just a few things? I think it's going to
Um,
be like a lot of little updates.
they really showcased a lot of environmental stuff last time, and
Yes.
that was exciting. And I got really excited by the weather,
Yep.
the denser foliage and jungles and all these cool biome looking spots. Um,
I think we
I'd
see
love
more
to see more.
biomes.
I think they could tie that in to say Nick's, like a Nick's showcase.
Yeah.
They could more or less build the feature showcase around Nick's. So they go, here's Nick's, here's our new biome stuff, here's our new weather stuff that we're working
Yeah.
on, here's our base building stuff on Nick's,
Yep.
or in Nick's rather. So that would be a smart way to handle a 2 hour presentation, is take you on the journey of Nick's and showcase all the cool features that we're gonna do in the whole game, but we'll show them in Nyx, just to keep it fresh.
Somebody in chat said Stanton refresh. That would
Mm.
be Interesting.
Yeah, well, how much they've kind of been refreshing it in pockets. So
Yeah. So many of the
announcing
moons
an
are
entire
like
refresh would be crazy. Yeah, the moons
the
suck.
moons are like dead, right? They're all
Yeah.
just kind of dead in different ways.
Well, and their
So,
atmospheres are outdated too. You have this like
yeah.
those cloud layers that are clearly just a texture plane that once you drop past it, you're like, I guess I'm in the atmosphere now.
Yeah.
And then you go to like a planet that has updated cloud systems, and you're like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, these moons are super out of date.
I wonder how people would feel if they said they were doing that because they don't have all these other star systems. I don't know. They mentioned last year that like tech requires certain things with this new planet tech, right? Certain biome
Mhm.
things, the new mining update stuff that they told us about last year that they want to do needs the new planetary tech. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to hear about that
Yeah.
today. It's just not something I thought about. So I'm glad that guy brought it up. Thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a cool idea. You know
yeah.
what? If they showcase space station building, I want orbital mining platforms. That's what I want.
We have one. So yeah, actually using one
Well,
would be
yeah, but
wild.
building one
Yeah,
and
like
then getting
using it.
resources from it would be dope.
Oh my
That's
god.
like the end game mining for your org is
And when
like
it
you claim a planet and then mine it from orbit.
yep. And it if it's anything like maybe Eve, then you could steal from it and people know when you're using it because they could see it from far away. That would be interesting. Or does everybody always have to be able to steal from everything? That's where I always go. I'm just a thief at heart, I think,
Yeah.
in games.
It is. I mean, we were talking about this a couple days ago, how Eve is really a template for any MMO space game to build from because they've solved
So many
all of the
problems.
major problems that you get in an MMO universe, and
Yep.
they deserve a huge amount of credit, even if their CEO has kind of gone off the rails and all this other
Oh
fun
my
stuff. But
god, I can't I can't describe the my first experience with him.
oh wow,
Just to go completely off topic a little bit here is I watched like Eve's version of CitizenCon few months back.
yeah.
Did you
Uh-huh.
catch it at all? Do you know what I'm about to say?
I haven't watched it in a long time. I used to watch their
Okay.
cons.
This
Yeah.
man got on stage and said some like long history of Vikings in Iceland. They used to like write on books in blood. Okay, and those
Okay.
books still exist today. Like it was preserved like incredibly. So
Okay.
next year at Eve Fan Fest, he is going to take the blood of the people who are at the event and they are going to engrave people like Eve phrases into something and preserve it in the same way that the Vikings did. This man is a vampire. I was like, what is happening? This is not real. This guy is a vampire, just wants to drink our blood. This is wild. That was my first experience ever seeing this guy outside of like
That
the
is
down the rabbit
amazing.
hole video about Eve. I was like, what the hell? And everybody told me this is normal. They were also cutting melons with giant swords
Okay.
because somebody was at the company for 10 years. I was like,
Uh,
this place is
it's an
wild.
Icelandic company, is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
These guys
They
are
don't have a lot
wild.
to do out there in Iceland, you know? They're just like they get into weird ritual stuff. Yeah. The
I was like,
blood omens, blood
blood oaths?
sacrifices.
You got to
Yeah.
sacrifice your blood to this game if you like it. What is going
Yeah.
on here?
You guys thought Chris was kinda off the cuff, you know?
Exactly.
Let's get this Eve CEO on board.
Star Citizen is toned down compared to EVE
Yeah,
Online and their events. I
that's
was
really
blown
funny.
away. Yeah, it was
Oh my
wild,
gosh.
wild, wild. So we don't know the 12 months or so. If that's the worst we get, that maybe isn't so bad. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not so bad. This guy's not trying to take my blood, so we're
Yeah.
good there. Just my wallet. Just my wallet. That's it. But
Well, so you were mentioning you like to be a thief and steal and all this stuff
yeah,
in
yeah.
game,
In game,
obviously, not
in game,
I hope not real life.
never.
But Eve is such a great game for corporate espionage and tactical espionage and
Yes.
like it gets insane. I love reading stories just about what's happened in Eve. Like, I don't even need to. You don't watch a
It's
YouTube
so
video.
cool.
You read stories about guys infiltrating other orgs and then like transferring assets around and doing
Yep.
all this stuff that you're like, this is some like crazy devious level stuff, and I sort of want it in Star Citizen. Like it could get too crazy, but it's goes to a level where you're like, wow, I cannot believe they let players do all this stuff in a video game. It's really awesome.
We were rewatching the social thing from last year today, and people were like, they let you be in multiple orgs at the same time? And I was like,
Yeah.
yeah. And I don't think anybody is going to want to run an org if you're in, like, have you in your org, in their org, if you're in another one. Like, they are going to allow you to be in 6 different orgs at the same time. Don't know how that's going to work out with all this espionage type stuff that is definitely going to happen in Star Citizen in some way, shape, or form. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The stream is
Oh,
live, allegedly.
Jared is talking on the stream.
Maybe they're doing a little audio test.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You could hear, like, people in the background and stuff. Maybe they're in the movie theater.
Yeah. Well, Jared just said,
I see
this
Twitch.
is an audio. He whispered
YouTube?
into the microphone.
The thing, yeah.
Disco is a real cool guy, YouTube.
Oh, I get
There you
to
go.
I get to audio check with him too then. Sweet. How does that sound, everybody? I guess give us a word if I need to turn it up or turn it down a little bit. Makes me think it's going to be somewhat live, but then the audio quality not so much.
Well, so you can hear people in the background.
Yeah.
So are they recording
Kenzo
in the
says Disco
in,
is
like,
not
their-
a cool guy.
I don't know. Little low? Okay. Turning it up. What it's about to be is the max that I can get, but I can go higher than that. Look at the description.
All right, we're going to start our 30-minute countdown in about 2 minutes.
Enjoy interviews with our developers, insights into upcoming launches, and live hangout at our Manchester studio, all kicked off
All right, next question,
by Chris
chat.
himself.
How many fingers am
Okay.
I holding up?
Okay.
If it's a live hangout with Chris, this could be an 8-hour CitizenCon.
Level is just like I messed up. I got Battlefield stuff I got to do.
If you track back through my coverage of CitizenCon, and I think this was the year before we started dual casting it together.
Yeah.
There was a sequence with Chris and I forgot the tech lead on the project, but it was one of the tech leads, I think. And they were just chatting and chatting and chatting for 2 hours straight, and
Yep.
I almost fell asleep.
I did
on
fall asleep.
stream.
I
almost fell asleep. You did? You fell asleep
I
in
was
front of your
dozing off
audience?
100%.
Yeah. So I remember leaning back in my chair and closing my eyes for like a second, and then basically blacking out, and then coming to and going, "Oh, how long was that? How
Yeah.
long was I just asleep for?" But if Chris does, if unfiltered Chris is part of this, which I think you have to have it for every CitizenCon, but depending on how much free reign they give him here, this could go off the rails.
But limited. All right, now we have like a proper countdown timer, so perfect. With some music.
Okay.
Let me know. Can you guys hear it? I have it where I can hear it, but you guys can't. So I want to make sure that I'm like on top of things so we know it's coming. My chat's saying no, which means yours can't as well. That's good. Okay. Just make sure. Yeah. Unfiltered Chris is going to be a problem, but that CitizenCon, the one you're talking about where he was unfiltered at the end, they did the same thing at the beginning where it was like a kickoff. And it was like this very poorly acted, like the director acting in his movie kind of thing. And then they kicked off
Which
the show.
he has done, by the way.
Yes, he has. He's in Wing Commander. I cried in that movie because I was a kid and I was so sad that they ruined my favorite game. I hate that movie. That made me so upset, that movie. The ships didn't look like the ships that I was in love with and all these things. I remember being like this little kid that was so disappointed. Oh
Oh
man.
man,
Yeah.
that's sad to hear.
Chris ruined it.
It's such a bad movie too.
It's so bad. I watched it with my wife like a long time ago, and she was like, "What is this?" It was who
You
was
know,
it?
it's
Matthew Lillard and the
oh Freddie
he-
Prinze Jr.
Freddie Prinze Jr. Yeah, they were like
Yeah.
hot topics at that
Uh-huh.
time too.
Yeah.
Chris
I
always
actu-
getting the
I
big
think
actors.
I from a strategy and idea and kind of almost script perspective, I thought it was not bad.
Yeah.
It was more just he wanted to do so much with the CGI,
Classic.
which was really bad in this. They had
Yep.
the Kilrathi looked just like it
Horrible.
did not hold up. The spaceship stuff, the spaceship models looked really bad, to be honest.
Yep.
Their fighters looked so bad. Their starfighters looked really awkward, and then they just kind of had a lot of kind of immature Top Gun moments where you're like, are these guys professional starfighters
Yep.
or are we in a high school drama? Like, and yeah, it was fun. I liked watching it, but I think it would be very hard to make any sort of argument that it's a decent film. It's more of a just like, yeah, just watch this for fun and
Yeah.
you'll laugh a bunch.
Yeah. So they're
They're showing commercials.
yeah, these are player made, I believe. Here, I'll unmute it and raise it.
In a free meal.
I think these are all player made commercials. Potentially. Yep, made by the community contest. So they're just gonna mix those in as we go, I think. You think we just stay on this scene so they can watch it and maybe not hear it?
Yeah,
Or keep it you want me to just
that's
keep
fine.
it really low?
Yeah, I think that works, and then people don't feel like they're missing anything.
Yeah. Just to be clear, that was much lower than what Jared's voice was, and that was loud. So I will be playing audio engineer today quite a bit. I have a funny feeling.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah. And then Chris is in Switzerland, apparently. You guys got the worst picture of this poor lady, though. trying to not be there. She's like just over the shoulder. So people are spotting Chris in the wild.
So he's gonna call in from Switzerland or something. Is that the
Nah,
thing?
I think he's just hanging out there.
Well, but they say if he's doing a live thing. I
Well,
thought they
there.
said-
Oh, yeah. How's that gonna work? Maybe it's pre-recorded. Ooh, if it's
I don't
pre-recorded,
know.
that's good.
that means they can edit. They can edit him down.
Yeah,
Chris is always best when edited, I find.
I agree. Even then,
I
he was
kinda-
horrible.
yeah.
Do you remember the pillar talk videos?
I don't know what the pillar talk ones, but what are the ones where he would do like a sit down in a chat and he'd be
10
like
for
at a
the
desk or
chairman?
something? Yeah,
Yeah.
I missed those. I liked those,
Oof.
but
Those were the ones where people would be like, "Hey, Chris, can we have some X ridiculous thing?" And he would go, "Yes." And then the game just
Yeah.
kept going. Like it was here, and then it was here, and then it was there. So I
Well,
have
we
this
were-
like
yeah.
aversion to 10 for the chairman.
we were kind of going through the stretch goal list and laughing a few days ago.
Oh yeah,
Where you're just like these tiny little items. You're like, no, that's like adding 10 years onto dev right there. Like
Yep.
you can't just add that. And then the stretch goal would be like $1 million.
yep. And it's
You're
like,
like-
nope, that would cost 100 million today.
Or 800 million. Yeah.
Yeah, look at us now. But no, he would do these pillar talks, and he would sit down with like the big directors at the company, and they would talk about what they're working on for or what they're doing for this specific patch or something like that, right? And they, I'll lower this a tiny bit because we're still talking. And he would immediately go into that like like you can find the coffee cup on the planet and it'll never leave, and like super persistence and base building, and it's like, Chris, this is 3.9. You know, like we don't have base building, and it's 4.4 we're coming up on soon, you know?
Yeah.
So it's
Can,
like
can you leave
out
a
of the
coffee
world.
cup on a planet now? Does that work now?
No, like it kind of does, but you never like you can't get back to the same shard that you're on. Like there's been times where
Oh, right.
people have got back, like I have left the game, played multiple other times, come back 2 or 3 days later, and the ship that I left on a planet somewhere is there. It's still there. So like that persistence does exist, but it's not.
Yeah, inconsistent persistence because
Yeah.
you're on different shards doesn't have the same meaning.
Yeah, and that's if
It
the
just
server
means
never
that
goes
random
down.
people are going to find random stuff. So you're just like,
Yeah.
what's this from? A player who's never going to be on this shard again, or who was on this shard
Yeah.
5 months ago.
Exactly.
So yeah, it just sort of turns the universe into sort of a big trash heap.
Yeah. So until like you place your home on US server 100 or, US West this, that's when those things might actually matter, and then we'll know the level of persistence we actually have, I guess. But currently it's hard to tell because you just log in and I'm not necessarily looking at what server I'm on or whatever, and then you're just like, oh, I'm back, cool. But it didn't. The history of that server hasn't changed, right? Whereas, like,
Yeah.
Man, my wife called me the biggest nerd ever, but I watched a 45-minute YouTube video of this guy walking through Ultima Online 9 years ago or 7 years ago, looking at the houses of the shard that I was on, and I was like, I owned a vendor on that in that house, like that was like. And she was like, "You're such a nerd." And I'm like, this history here is why everything that happened exists. I don't know. Like that game had such an impact on my life.
Well, Ultima Online was the proto MMO for most stuff, really. So, I mean, like a lot of games came after it that just learned from it. I would say almost every single MMO is taking lessons from Ultima Online, whether they know it or not. If you're taking lessons from World of Warcraft, well, World of Warcraft got their ideas from EverQuest, and EverQuest got their ideas from Ultima Online. So it's
man, I spent so much time in that game, so much time. And
I never played it, but I heard many things back when it was out, and I was pretty young, so a lot of like uncles were playing Ultima Online or something like that. Or like, my uncle plays this game all the time. Like, huh?
Yep.
And then you check it out a little bit.
I was 16. I was in high school, and I was like, I stopped focusing on school as much because I thought this was the coolest thing ever.
Well, I think it's funny that you got into it then, because I think that's when like EverQuest was sort of taking a little bit more of the limelight, like the popularity away from Ultima. But it might have not fully taken. I remember EverQuest, and it was the good. EverQuest is still going. They're still making. I think they're still making
Ultima
updates for it. Oh, really?
Yeah, Ultima has still like official servers that are still running, as far as I'm aware, and then the more popular ones are actually like a free shard that somebody runs.
Yeah,
but yeah, and it's actually like very popular, which is wild.
Yeah,
I'm being told
to
look at something. All right, sorry, go ahead. I'm just getting told
just
to
bring
look
it back
something.
around to Star Citizen. Yeah, what's did something leak or something?
I don't know. Oh,
we're on the stream.
Nope. Ignore me. So
did you just get rickrolled?
No, but they want me to look at a meme, and I'm pretty sure they want me to look at a meme, and I'm not doing that right now because it'll just like play over the call. It'll be horrible. So I'll look at it later. I thought it was like news, so I got baited. I got rickrolled technically. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, where everybody's talking about Nyx being showed off.
Yeah.
What about Odin? Do you think we're gonna see anything on Odin, or they're just gonna save that for Squadron?
No chance. But when we were saying we might see new biomes, Nyx again in lore pretty dead. I think if we see new biomes, we might see a little look at Terra.
Right.
Yeah.
A system that has habitable planets on
Correct. So that's like if we get some serious like earthy like biomes like we saw last year, I think they either show us those in that way, or they show us similar to what they did with Pyro, these very like alien looking biome kind of things.
Which
would be
planet
cool.
is in Star Commander? What's the free flight mode? I'm trying to remember.
Broken Moon is Pyro, but Broken Moon is
This
not Pyro.
planet right here, this planet that we're looking at.
Oh, what is this? Yeah, this is LS3. That's what somebody is saying.
Is that on Terra?
No, it's a totally different system. It's in the Ellis system.
Oh, okay.
So I think this is just for AC. This is not anything that, I mean, it's not even planned for 1.0. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
The guy who makes Arena Commander is so upset that you called it Star Commander in my chat. Just kidding. He's not actually upset, but he obsessively calls it the greatest game ever, and it's because it's obviously not.
So right, Arena Commander. Sorry, everything is Star, so I just assume that Star is in front of the name for
yes,
it,
yes.
Star Commander. What is that, like Buzz Lightyear's?
I think it might be an actual game.
Star Command, right? There probably is a game called like Star Commander or something.
Yeah, I think that's one. But
yeah, you just put Star in front of it, and there's a game called that.
Yeah. No, I think we see Terra. Like but not actual Terra. I think we see like these are the biomes that, and then maybe some like a white boxy version. There's supposed to be some huge tower or something like that. We saw it very many years ago in white box. So maybe.
Well, I mean, technically, they allegedly have all their tech and tools now, right? So they could start building it. So nothing's stopping them now, right?
No. So the more I think about it, there could be some pretty like wow moments today. I can't see a world where they are not going for a wow moment, like an exciting, blow your mind kind of thing. They
you got to think about it.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe we'll get the big showcase of the localization team that everybody's excited to see?
Yes, of course. Jared highlighting the most. No, you know what? This year it's going to be the accounting team.
Yeah. Oh, right. Localization got their time in the spot.
They already did.
They need to cool. Yeah.
Yeah. That
they
or HR.
They need to cool off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That or what?
Or HR.
HR. Right.
Yeah.
No, HR would be a disaster. The stories they could tell.
We see the finance department every day, chat. Like some people are saying the finance department. We see those all the time. That's the guys who make the spaceships. All right, they're the finance department. But I think maybe audio will be one of those weird segments that we see.
Okay.
That are like less exciting, but the last one we saw was like a bomb exploding in the distance. The shockwave coming and then us hearing the sound.
Yeah.
Which was very cool. So maybe more on that. I don't know.
I nerd out on that stuff. I've been doing a lot of audio work in Unreal Engine, so I'm like get excited about these little things.
Okay.
But and that excited me last time when I saw their tech for I think they're talking about like simulated Doppler effect and changing the frequency of sounds if it's coming towards you or away. And I'm like, very cool. Love all that. That's really fun.
Yep.
And even the modification of the sound, if you're hearing it from within inside a place with air and then a place without air and all that stuff. And you're like, oh, that's so cool. Like, love it. It adds so much immersion to any game.
You just reminded me that we totally missed something that we're definitely going to see today. Engineering, maybe some fire type things. They're definitely going to show us that. That is the next tech preview is engineering.
Okay.
So the current one is it's not current because we're not currently testing it, but until it goes live is like the Vulkan
Yeah.
testing thing. And then they said immediately after that, well, maybe not immediately, but the next one is engineering. So that
Yeah.
is ready to go technically. So if we're going to see anything like close that's coming, that's in engine, maybe some sort of, it's got to be engineering.
Yeah. And I know how excited you are to replace your capacitors on your spaceships, Mike. So you're going to be riveted for that sequence.
No.
The only part of engineering that I'm excited about is how it can pertain to instanced missions where they talked about taking the power out of like a door system so that you can force it open, or doing things with engineering to open up pathways and give you different options in a combat situation. And I'm like, that's cool. You're sort of like, you could be the hacker on the team that breaks into the circuit box and starts manipulating the environment. And you're like, all right, guys, we have a way through. I'm like, that's cool. I like that. I don't like, your capacitor ran out in your ship while you're in quantum, and now you have to like get out of your cockpit and run in the back and replace some capacitors. Like that I have zero interest in, and I kind of wish it wasn't coming to the game. But
and
people want it, I guess.
Nobody, Chris, maybe. I don't think too many people want it other than Chris, to be honest, because they've been hearing this feedback for a couple of years. So I'm that's another one of those like nervous anticipation things that I have is like, did they hear what people were saying? Did they make some adjustments to it? How bad, good will it be? I mean, we were talking a couple days ago about it, and the big thing that I'm looking forward to on that front is that ships don't explode really anymore. And in a lot of cases in Star Citizen, I feel like, and let me know for you guys out there that are listening how you feel about this, but my ships don't feel like my ships. They kind of just are there, and because you lose them so easily, they blow up so easily, and then you claim another one, and it's like, it's not really mine, right? Where these will blow up a lot less, and they're meant to, you're meant to repair them once they're destroyed, kind of thing. So it's
I think a big thing that they've missed out on that so many other games are capitalizing on now, even No Man's Sky, is making your ship your own by spending time decorating the interior, putting your favorite guns in your gun rack, putting some suits in the suit rack, like putting up a poster, putting up your little charms and trinkets that you got, and like then you've got your own little Millennium Falcon with your chessboard on it, and you're like, this is my ship now. And every time your ship blows up, if you lose all of that and all that work you put into it, you're losing a big item that is fun, a big aspect that's fun. And I feel like they also really under delivered with the persistent hangars, where we're like, oh, we can make these our own. And then you're like, this random empty crappy corner in like this stupidly huge hangar that is
stuff doesn't even stay down.
That whole thing was a major under delivered on what I think people were expecting. I thought we're going to have a cool hangout. I thought we are going to have weapon racks. I thought we were going to have med bays in our hangars. I hate the giant hangar. I really do, because everything's so far away and so inconvenient. You're like, how is this your solution? Anyone with a big ship now has to run half a mile to get to their fighter if it spawns in. Like, it's so stupid.
It's so
bad. Wait 20 minutes if you spawn the ship in the hangar. Like, what a disaster. Like, it's cool the first time and annoying every time after that. So I was so excited for persistent hangars, and then the way they implemented them, I was like, oh, is everything in the game going to be some version of this where they hype up what it could be, and then what it actually is like a really poorly designed version of that concept?
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately been the history for the last 13 years. Like, that's literally what we've been dealing with, is like, we have these great ideas, but when it comes to actually delivering them, they don't deliver them at the level of complexity or fun or exciting, or however they hyped you up for it in that moment at the time. And then they go, well, this is just the tier 0 version of it. And you're like, okay, but like, when are we when are we gonna build for the game? I've talked a lot about just and as somebody who's building spaceships for a video game, it must be very challenging to build the ship first and then figure out the game design later, right? Then all of a sudden the game design doesn't fit in the
everything
ship.
First. Yeah, you have
They
to
didn't.
design the gameplay loop and then build the ship around it. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is I've harped on them forever because it's a backwards approach to game development.
Absolutely.
And I understand them needing to sell the ship concepts first.
Yep.
But they didn't put enough time into really designing. If you're going to design a spaceship that costs millions of dollars to make, and they do, then you better spend the time to create a design document that is very detailed. Like the Caterpillar, like they haven't really known. They've had ideas about how it's going to work, but then they've changed the gameplay systems so much that the whole design of that ship is kind of just nonsense and all over the place.
Glad you brought that up.
And
we might see that today. The
refactor of it?
No, the separating of the actual flight piece from the body of it. So that's there's 2 ships that they're working on with that. That might be something that we see. That would be pretty cool. They've been working on it.
You mean the escape pod part, or the how the bridge disconnects? Yeah.
Well, it's like the Caterpillar was like the 18-wheeler where like you connect to this big cargo thing and then you drive away with it, and now you can hook up and unhook from it. It might happen. I don't know. They might show it because they're actively working on it now in the last couple months of reports.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Someone mentioned distribution centers. I don't know if we'll see more on that.
It's weird. So for the guy who said that, have you seen the newest content that they've been putting out the last couple of months at the ASD facilities, they call them? The distro centers that are in the game now, from all the concept art that we've seen, are the top half of what they showed us. And then ASD is the bottom half of what they showed you. So they kind of like broke the distro center into 2 pieces and put them in separate places. So yeah, you kind of have them, but they're not Legoed together yet.
Yeah.
Or may never be. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of progress that they could make there. Like distribution centers were set up as like these massive things where you're going to be spending a lot of time at, and
cargo hauling stuff, and they're all FPS missions. That's all they're doing there. Right. It's a little weird.
Distribution center where we distribute the bullets into your face
for the most part.
Like,
yeah.
What?
And now, like, the main jump town place is at one distro center called Dupree, because there's like some bug there that allows people to like farm tons of money. So then pirates go in and they're killing them, and now it's just constant war. It's like the newest jump town experience again, where a bug causes actual gameplay, and then CIG fixes said bug, and the gameplay stops probably. But yeah, so distro centers. Maybe a different, newer, maybe a distro center that makes sense in a place like Nick's. Maybe a distro center of a different style, sure. But we kind of already have them. They just don't have the content at them. So if they show... I guess we got 5 minutes left. Do you think, like, gameplay is the focus? Do you think game design will be the focus? Or do you think it'll be the visuals and the like, do you think it'll be different? It's usually visuals, spaceships. Visuals.
I think I think they're going to try and do just a smaller version of what they've done before. I think the more I think about it, it makes sense to use a system like Nick's to hit the visuals and then show off the features around those visuals.
Yep.
We'll probably get some segments that are on gameplay, like inventory and maybe engineering and stuff like that. But they've really detailed so much of what we're getting in 1.0 at this point. I feel very non-committal about my predictions for this CitizenCon.
Same.
I'm like, it could be that, or it could just not have any of that.
Anything.
Also.
It'll be
be racing focused. this year, Mike. It'll
I-
just be racing, and that's it.
I think if there's one thing that we will not see, it's probably going to be racing, would be my guess.
I hope not.
I think racing is super cool. Last year, I think it was last year or the beginning of this year, I can't even remember. I obsessively did Gravlev racing, and I got to top 3 in the world on lap time.
I saw some of your clips
addicted.
on that, and I was like, oh my god, Mike is getting good.
I was addicted to it, and I would love to see that, but racing, just they did something for it for a little while, and then it went on the shelf.
Yeah, I
What
like
are
the
these
cross country
commercials?
racing. Yeah, I haven't seen this one. I like the cross country stuff where they do it on the ground vehicles over a long
Yep.
distance. Like that appeals to me, and the game is just buggy enough to make it crazy and weird. where you're
wild.
Like,
The start of the Daymar Rally is the most chaotic thing of all time. Your frames are at 3, and everybody's in a line, and they're all going for like a small little area. They just so much exploding. It's very funny. But
yeah,
dude. Okay, the nervous anticipation is definitely setting in for me. I'm excited to see what we. I said excited. I'm excited to see what we see today. And
you said your trigger word.
Yep. So we'll see. Like you said, it can be anything, and I just wonder what direction we're gonna go. I asked you the question about gameplay because that's what I hope it is. That was a lot of last year and the year before. Like, see, guys, we know what a good game is. You have to actually earn things, and then they didn't exactly deliver it so far in the alpha in that way, but they at least say they know. Is that a start? I don't know.
That's at the bottom of my interest level, just because historically, whenever they talk about gameplay, the implementation of that is never what I want or expect. And it's always like half of the amount of stuff I want it to be, or it just goes in a completely opposite direction where I go, all you had to do was do this instead of that, and it would have been good, but you didn't. Why? You have a whole team of smart people supposedly working on this. Like, so I'm less interested in them talking about gameplay because it doesn't mean it's going to translate into something that I want it to be. So show me the cool locations.
Okay. Yeah. Because that's something they can do.
Boost. Yeah. Or quantum boost. I want quantum boost. I want to see how that's going to work.
You're going at this in a healthy way. And you can see very easily that my relationship with this game is unhealthy because I'm sitting here going, I hope it's going to be all about gameplay. Gameplay is going to happen. It's going to be so good, LevelCap.
Yeah.
And it won't.
Well, you play this game all the time.
That's true.
So I don't have to care about gameplay until the game launches, essentially, or has enough content in it that interests me to play it more regularly.
Yep.
So I'm like, show me the pretty pictures. I want pretty pictures.
Yes.
Of course, we're gonna see ship sales because they gotta make that.
They gotta pay the bills. We know it's gonna happen. It's okay, but yeah, I that's true. Again, I play it a lot, so I want it to be fun while I play it. Is that so bad? I don't think it's so bad.
Are there any ships coming up? You got 30 seconds that you're excited to see in the game.
I think that we think that there's going to be an RSI salvaging ship, a startering one. They teased it a while ago. A lot of people are talking about Vandal ships. I don't know anything about them. Everyone keeps saying Vandal Stinger. That's one of the ones that we saw in the demo last year. And Perseus is coming. Like Polaris, but with huge guns. So yeah. Here we go.
If they had content for the Perseus, that would be a ship I'd be really excited for.
We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience.
Full stream.
I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats.
Wait,
Last year, we announced our next Star System would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's 3rd system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
What?
2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams,
Okay.
server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year. But in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, they kept that under wraps pretty well.
They get little hints. But
I thought we were just gonna see stuff
yeah, no, we're playing it.
next month. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, hey, this is Levski? Or
This
maybe?
is Let's
Yeah.
This is Let's Get.
Okay.
I'm playing audio engineer as
Nice.
best I can. Trying, guys. That was super loud.
I do love their asteroid art in this game. Big
I
props.
remember they spent like a long time on it. And it works. Like special pyro ones and everything.
With the foundational technology now in place,
There he is.
the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver
Okay,
Pyro,
that makes sense.
but we feel
Yeah.
this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
Okay. Story made them so much money this year. They're so I think they're over focusing on it, but that's me.
Okay.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run
It
Amok,
looks really boring.
with the regen crisis, throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyramus Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
My chat is not happy with what they're hearing.
When
so
the Nyx
far.
system was first discovered, the
They're not
United
interested in
Empire
story.
of UE came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one
Ooh,
company saw
that
an
looks good.
opportunity where the UE
Oh, it's
didn't,
incredible.
QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now, this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski.
Yeah, this is long known
They wanted
lore.
to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever. And there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Okay.
Story. Yeah, I more just want to play it when the game's in a better
Making a star
state,
system
so
is
it's-
you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system
This will just be
bringing
the events
to
that
the
we do
gallery?
throughout the year.
How does this new
will
system plug
be about
into it, and
this,
what does
I
it
guess.
bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness
Never seen that
is the
dev before.
defining factor. You're still going to find
he was the
gangs,
lead.
you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Okay. First
The
planet.
Pyrostar is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
Oh, that was Pyro. Never
The
mind.
system
Okay.
has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud, and it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space.
That's cool.
It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
Very EVE Online.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool.
I like that. That's neat.
To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light.
I do like that. That's a
For
cool
the jump
way to make
points in
space
Nix,
interesting.
We'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
That's a little disappointing.
Glacian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
Glacian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nix
Look at all those moving
are a bit more
asteroids.
sharp, like sorts of like icy look.
I like the
Rocky,
icy look.
Cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces.
It looks like
than
a
just,
neat area,
you know,
for sure.
empty void.
And as we
It's
build
that
out the Glacier
Star
Builder
Wars
next year, there's
asteroid
lots of
belt.
places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet
that
Services
looks cool.
had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social
clouds
outpost
around it
for
look
Nix.
great.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nix and also from Nix to other systems.
Talk to
But
me
it does
about the
have a
commerce.
CD underlayer to it.
Don't just say
Over
it.
the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
My chat is so toxic.
When you
They said
fly
1/8 of the
towards
show is
Levski,
done
you see
already.
this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski's immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic
is cool.
borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine.
But it's real.
Lots of
Which is-
industrial pipes and
It looks incredible.
transport
That looks so
systems
good.
to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before we were using an
Look at
actual
all that
planet,
moving
so we
rock.
had all
That's
of the
gonna be so
space
hard to fly
available
around.
to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
I mean, guys, this was
If we took the
a
whole
sphere
shot
when we played it
of
originally.
the asteroid,
That's it.
will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
Will these work in
There's a lot
this
more
patch?
movement on the exterior,
Sounds like it.
such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's
Ooh,
now
that's
going
cool.
to be fully EVA-able.
Oh my,
There
that's
will be
even cooler.
walkways around the
All
main
EVA?
landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want.
People are gonna troll so much though,
They
probably.
can
Oh my
explore
goodness.
fully the whole
There's
place.
gonna be so many
which is great.
accidental deaths.
It's gonna be chaos.
Dead people
Unlike
everywhere.
the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
Okay, so there's other places then.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death. All of them were.
The
And
statue's
Anthony
back.
Tanaka just had a break and just said no. And stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've
Looks
got your
fairly similar.
normal kind of cargo needs.
Yeah, to what we had
You'll
played.
have ability to trade.
Like art style wise.
And buy your
Mhm.
tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
This is obviously new.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the
Do you think it's
Habs
an Overwatch
location, you'll be
reference?
presented with a lobby, elevator bank,
Yeah.
and then you will take that transit to the Hab room.
Ooh, spiny rat.
So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski.
Still no mirror
If you
reflections.
head down to the
Only in,
lower
like, one
view
ship.
deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls. There will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects,
It's the Paladin
weapons.
store.
There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
Interesting.
If you explore a bit
Mission
more around the
Giver
Grand Barter,
reference.
there's other routes around and little side
Yeah, right.
passages.
They're talking about
There's
us
another shop that's away from that area. called
meeting with
Teachers.
mission givers again.
Teach a Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers.
Okay.
Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that
Oh,
we've
and
added,
refinery.
is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can
where
take
you're gonna
your
be hanging out.
processed
I'll
goods,
be
not just from Levski,
spending a
but
lot of
from
time here.
the rest of the Nyx system, and refine and sell those goods there. as a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nyx is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay.
My next year's going to be good.
So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there
It looks
love
really
it and are
cool.
working their hardest to make it
Beautiful.
a great place to live.
This is a location that has
They
a
never
lot of
failed to
nostalgia
deliver on this
for you guys
type of stuff.
and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want
They're
you
masters.
to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it
what
grow
ring is
as
this?
we work on it.
That's that
Like
asteroid
with
belt,
everything, we're
the
always
big one, but from a
learning and
distance.
improving and finding new ways.
That's cool.
I mean, is
I
there
think-
anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of,
one of the devs,
style
Lars,
system
says
than Pyro.
Glacium Ring.
People that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Oh, so he's the new
Levski coming
guy.
back into
Cool.
the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago. So seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Thank you, Phil Collins.
Cool. Well, Levski looks
Something
great.
Wicked is next. This is the Vandal stuff. Here we go.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacium Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids,
So
going
Pyro
through the
stations
Glacium
and
Belt,
Nyx?
and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot
We wanted
as you
to
go
reuse
through.
this asset,
So the station
so-
itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nyx system as the system was being established. But you'll also
It just
see
found
some
its way here.
additional design cues that
explained in lore,
QV
Mike.
planetary
Question
services
it.
were adding. So it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself,
Who does this belong to?
Here's what you wanted.
Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases
Sounds
are
like
locked,
engineering.
so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Frontier fighter. Oh, no, that's a Vandal ship.
Oh, here we go.
This is actually really funny because they're remaking the original Squadron 42. Like this, the Bengal was in the background the last time.
Gotcha.
They're
First
redoing
time
it.
in the PU, the Vandal.
Is that an updated scythe? Wait,
so the Vandal
old one is
are
there.
a nomadic,
ship.
very,
Yeah.
very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been
Everything's
striking out
updated but
against
the
outposts
scythe.
and such in the Nix system. They
Yeah.
don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been rioting in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
There you go. The leaks were on top of this one.
You will be contacted by some
What is the
civilians
Stinger?
on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a
boarding,
choice.
right?
You can either bug out, mission over,
Or bomber.
or join the fight.
Boarding or a bomber?
This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense.
That's saying heavy fighter.
The
There you
player
go.
should
Okay.
be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which INSEC sort of will encourage you to
Max
do
and
because
Elliot.
it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed.
Sick
These
armor.
guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
Some new shotgun, it looks like.
So after you survive
The
this
electric
initial
thing?
ambush,
No,
you get back in touch
the
with
last
INSEC,
one, it was
and obviously the
ballistic.
question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to
Okay,
get to
so we're
explore
fighting
some
people,
new areas.
Vandal.
It's not just the space
Spaceship,
station.
infantry.
There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that,
Oh, that Vandal
have been
boarding
attacking.
pod.
There's a debris field.
Yeah,
Explore
that's
the
what was in
locations
there,
in
right?
any order you want,
Yeah.
and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this
Good
is
loot.
a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Of course, give to Wicklow.
This isn't
That's
just a
all they
one-time
got.
event. This is a permanent sort
Yeah.
of mission that we're going
Yeah,
to be
there's
adding to
that
the
pod.
game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen
we're
every
seeing
time. There'll be other missions that
Vandal there?
Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
I'm super excited to finally see the Vanduul in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vanduul ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
It'll be more impactful. Feel cooler.
Give us one semi-capital ship to fight now. Come on.
Adding great content this year. We're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
No mention of the other dead-ish planets.
Hello, everyone!
Yeah, that'll probably just...
And welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful, scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening in locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone.
I see where the money's
that was
going.
Really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system. And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way. You can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been.
I did not think we would have this part.
So afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
All right.
All right, I'm at max.
I
If you
think
I need
it's
it turned up, I can add more gain to this.
I do love all of the score in Star Citizen. It's
If you've done
fantastic stuff.
any of the new content at that ASD
At
location,
Cloud Imperium Games, we
great.
believe art inspires the best technology. And through the
We know.
development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton
say
and
Genesis?
Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously,
Planet
and
Tech
more
from last year.
traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests.
And he's Phil Collins.
This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected.
I'm gonna make us a bit smaller.
were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds
You're
were
shrinking.
gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale,
This should be
but
cool.
to our
Really
level of
building this
detail.
up.
Yeah.
Really building it up.
With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets.
That looks good.
Yeah.
With the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
Where is this?
Genesis
Yeah, I
also
don't know.
ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets. Like height maps, humidity,
microtech?
temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology erosion
Really?
data,
Think so?
to name but a few.
That's my guess.
This means you can now tell
Doesn't
where to
look like
find valuable
microtech.
minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable
The-
for it. Where scree piles exist below
The
sheer
equator of
cliff
it,
faces,
maybe.
and where rocks have broken off over
Here, I
time
don't
due to
know.
erosion.
That looks really good.
Of
That
course,
looks
these
insane.
new tools still give us the ability
Whoa,
to
that's cool.
direct the look and feel we want.
Very alien.
The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA.
That rain looks great.
With Genesis,
Swamp.
we can now keep that
Yeah.
detail-orientated mindset
Real
as
swamp.
we focus on the quality,
Ooh, yeah.
and it provides the quantity. Genesis
is not what
provides
Florida
our
looks
planets
like,
with
chat.
the
Stop.
ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
That's a very meaningful statement he
Now
just
I'm going
made.
to hand you over to Will to
Yeah.
go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision.
It's the most
As a
impressive
reminder,
PCG
some of the
tech
visuals
that
you'll
any
see
game has ever
will evolve
showcased.
and change as we
Inarguably.
continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Okay, so this is a
Thanks,
Nyx
Ian.
planet.
So,
maybe?
in case it's not already clear,
Water guy.
Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx.
Planets of Nyx. Okay, I was gonna say a lot of this
So
is
there are
replay
3
so
planets
far.
in Nyx.
This is
Nyx
not.
3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nix 2 is a yellow, toxic, it's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's gonna have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's gonna be dangerous, because today, we're gonna focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
So that's what we were saying.
Oh, so this is Nix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nix 1 has
Less
got
dead
a
system
rugged,
than we thought.
remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and
so
from
far
damp,
from dead.
expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps.
Oh, that's cool,
These
man.
core
Those
biome
hover
concepts
bikes on
give
the
us a
swamp.
fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic
is that
compound
really
coloring
engine
that
footage?
forms
That
the
looks so
kind of colours there.
insane, man.
They
Now
don't
we
fake
offer
this stuff.
much more of the data
Yeah.
in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of
What about
vegetation and
FPS?
competition between
We
different
don't talk
species
about that here.
on each
Your
part
frame
of the
rate
planet,
doesn't matter,
and use
okay?
that to blend in tones of green.
Get a 5090,
including
bro.
variations
Come
due
on.
to
Or just take a
species
screenshot.
health and the current
Calm down.
season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
I mean, it looks great.
When we
Is there going to be a
approached
giant city on this
the
planet? Because it looks
surface of the
amazing.
planet, we wanted to
I don't
start by
know.
focusing on just the
The
soil
city is
and rock.
the
One of the
asteroid
things
base.
that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature
In
complexity.
the previous lore,
Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called
I think this is
medium
for
tiles.
us.
These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks.
Yeah, that did
We've
look
now
way
got
better
two
than
major
what we've seen
contributors to the
before.
rock content of our planets. Firstly, long-desired feature, cliffs. We are adding
They've never really
large-scale,
done cliffs.
varied detail to all our
Yeah.
cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension
Yeah, it looks
to steep slopes
incredible
that we
for
simply couldn't get
PCG.
before.
Oh my god.
The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're
He's not
still
a rock
crashing
guy.
into them,
He's
after
not just
this
the
comes
river
out,
guy.
that's on you.
Yep. He's the mountain guy, the rock guy. What
The
ore
rock
is
assets
that?
themselves have had a glow up too.
That's
We now
mineable.
create rock
That's
sets
mineable.
related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source.
That grass
This
looks
ties into how we'll
incredible.
be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
Look at that, dude. I want to play this game.
Yeah.
What game is this?
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
Okay.
This game is only on their machines.
Next
for right
one's
now.
forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains,
That's
and dense
cool.
meadows.
It's so believable.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin
This
transitioning
I like
into
this,
more
man.
wetland
That
type
is
biomes.
beautiful.
Yeah. This is where my home would be, a place like this.
And while forests
If I had a
are
choice, it
super
would look
cool,
like this.
let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great?
Yeah,
Obviously,
Space Switzerland,
we've had
that's
grass
what I'm
before,
going for.
but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't
I
been able
wanna
to spawn grass
collect
in
those
large
cows
enough
and
quantities
put 'em in a
or
farm.
effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass.
Yeah.
With
he's
Genesis,
grass guy
we now
too.
leverage GPU spawning
Grass
to
guy.
create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows,
landscaper guy,
or more complex collections of ground cover, like you can see
looked
in these
wild.
wetlands.
Yep. He talked about
We
GPU
are
spawning.
also
This is
able to
what
fit our grass
Unreal is
tiles to the
doing right
ground
now.
by conforming them
It's
to the unique terrain
the future
underneath.
of
Now we can
PCG tech.
finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Each blade. Come on.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass
That
blade,
sounded
or
like a
indeed
lawnmower,
whole
by
field
the
of
way.
grass, is lit very differently to
It is
flat
actually.
surface.
That's the
We now use a
new
solution that
vehicle
shades
sale.
meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface.
It really does.
This
That
improves
looks
how our
so
grass looks from a near
good.
perspective, as well as
Yeah.
bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about
Yeah,
the
that's
distance
a
problem.
very hard thing to do that most games fail at completely.
One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite
popping is
perspectives
just
from which you
done.
can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the
Wow.
lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
Do you understand what's happening?
When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if
not
vegetation
entirely.
has covered the
I
ground.
just saw numbers
And
and
if
was
so,
like,
what shading should be
yeah,
applied?
looks cool.
For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes,
Yeah, that was our bingo card.
those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps.
Yeah. Those numbers might have been like
So,
a shading
yeah,
seed
we didn't
or something
forget
like
about
that.
the swamps.
Got it.
And they're coming to next one as
Guessing?
well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something
What's
really
in the
unique.
back?
Whoa.
What's back there?
Teasing. They're teasing.
Yep.
Oh, such a tease.
They're saying my chat is saying it's Port Olisar.
Anyway, that's our update on
Oh,
the planet
crashed
tech
into
portion
the
of
planet?
Genesis
Yeah.
and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nix One.
It
And
wouldn't
I
make
hope you're as
sense,
excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
My chat says it's the ship from Alien.
As you can see, Genesis is now
Alien
inspiring
Earth.
everyone here to create planets of the quality
Great
and
show.
believability we've always strived for.
You see the ridge in the middle?
A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Oh, are they going to show updated Pyro?
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a
Good
Pyro
update.
mission
Here we
has
go.
to take place
Good
there.
update.
We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
There's one mission that does it, I guess.
Hauling is back.
No one said Holly was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships.
You might like this, because it's
And
Hull
there'll be
C.
a few sort of more direct routes.
So you
they're manually loading right now.
Cargo
I don't
from
know.
Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the LEOs.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. And
If
no
the
way
navigation is
you can do them
fun,
in
like
any
if I have
sort
to
of
fly
ship
through a
you want,
fun
any size
asteroid
of
field
ship,
to
I'll
dock,
be doing them in my
like,
Dreadnoughter
then this
myself.
would be perfect.
Between Stanton and Nix.
Quantum travel is so empty.
Yeah, that's the
Drake
problem.
Cutter.
I've got
The
a few
jump is
ships,
the
but the Drake Cutter is
worst
really
part
cute.
of
So.
traveling.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe
go.
the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
Okay, I'm on board with
At the
this.
start of the show,
Evolve
we said we was going to
shipping
build out
and
the
hauling.
Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month. And why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own, we still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Ooh.
It's concept art, but it looks good.
Okay, okay. There's no reason to
So
believe it won't look
Rockcracker,
that good
Jared,
in game.
is our
Exactly.
external name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keegar Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and
Those look
mining
cool.
them down.
That is a
Since
really
they've
cool
been
take on
mothballed
an
and
asteroid.
been left abandoned.
Kind of
So
operation.
you're going to have to find your way
Yeah.
inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
What does that mean exactly?
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working.
It's
It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options.
Power on a laser. Classic.
Whether you're
Yeah.
discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long forgotten tunnels,
Interesting.
or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing
Hopefully
through
while
the
it's not on.
facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life.
There's power.
Kickstart the engines and bring power
There's little
to
batteries
different
on the
parts
ground
of the
there.
facility. maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is
Cool.
FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
They're wearing the Overlord armor. I don't know if that plays a factor lore-wise or not. It might have just been a choice.
So you found these
by
old
them.
facilities. You've brought them back
It's
to
like
life.
a gang, a faction.
You've systematically
in the lore.
brought power to various
right.
functions of the facility. You've activated the
That's
laser.
a big laser.
You've fired the laser.
So Star Wars.
You've broken
Yeah.
apart the rock.
No, they have railings though, so
Then you'll
not
be able
very
to
Star
fly your
Wars-y.
ship inside and see what's there.
You fly a ship inside.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah.
Yeah, why
You
not?
just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
That's pretty sick.
Okay, I'm all for this. This
Yeah,
sounds
it's like
really cool.
It's like an asteroid geode is what
I
they're
wanted
excited
this.
about rock
Oh, and this
cracking
adds
up
value
because
to the
it's a
small mining
sandbox
ships,
activity.
Mike.
You
'Cause
can
they
kind
can
of
only
go
fit.
to these whenever
You're right.
you want to.
Yeah.
This content
Mega
is
geode
for
mining.
players who enjoy
Hell
mining,
yeah.
who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want
Dexter
a lot of
seems.
minerals.
I see him.
When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
It does look cool. I
So,
like
yeah,
that idea.
That's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
So far, they haven't shown anything that I don't believe they could do.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got?
There you go.
The CitizenCon Digital Goodies
Get some
Pack.
fjords.
It's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has
That's
a
what he
whole bunch
wants.
of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the band duel.
we were supposed to
Intersect
get.
BDU sweater and outfit. A couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn
And
about in just a
pyro.
few minutes. Some slick Levski swag. And finally,
I'd be
to celebrate
interested
the
in
long-awaited
this helmet.
addition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen.
I wish
a
there was
cool
more
Van
use
Duel
cases
knife
for
and
the helmets
adorable
that
plushie,
weren't
which I swear to
airtight,
love,
you know,
squeeze, and cherish
because they look
forever.
cool.
So yeah, it's a pretty
no reason
pretty
to carry
solid
one.
haul for this year's digital goodies pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once.
Yeah.
Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good.
Jared's
We're getting
ego
the Nick Star
running
system
wild.
and the Van Duel are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nicks, right?
Can't
Well,
be.
yeah, but it's a
him
major
without
milestone. It
having too
deserves
much
a
of
major
him.
showcase celebrating
Yeah,
everybody's hard work. And
You got more, right?
well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet.
They nailed his aneurysms though.
No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Yeah, now it's time. We sold the pack. Let's sell the
Hi,
spaceships.
my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new
Lead
ships
card
coming to the persistent
salesman
universe.
John Crew.
The guy who's funding this whole thing.
Exactly. All right, now how are we gonna make Nicks? Here we go.
All right, what do we got? Pioneer?
Last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in, without none of you was expecting it for a while. And
yeah,
it's
that
been a
little
busy
ship.
year. It's nice to start revisit some of the
Very
older
snug.
catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioning the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf,
It's a
obviously, a
beautiful
return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well.
I like
it's
the
kind of hard to pin down a
exterior
favorite,
view
to be
of the
honest, 'cause
Zeus.
we've released,
I think it's
you
one of
know,
the
a lot
cooler
really cool ships.
styles.
Next year we've got some super exciting
It's a
ships
really
coming
elegant ship.
up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see again maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good.
BMM?
A breadth of ships, should we say?
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way
He
to the
couldn't say it.
primary
He didn't want to
factions
say it.
fighting over the Nix system.
No.
We'll start with the People's Alliance
won't.
and Anvil Aerospace.
Anvil
is a very military-based brand.
Work in
It's been a
progress.
brand that's in Star Citizen
Oh,
for a
Paladin.
long time,
Yeah,
fighting for lots of military contracts and law, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship
do
we
like
introduced
the
last
Asgard.
year, the Anvil
It's
Paladin,
nice.
to life. The Paladin
gunship.
is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game, the true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game
that
without
thing
being
looks
too
mean.
powerful.
My God.
It's designed with a lot
I think
of
this is
firepower,
like PvE
and
extraordinaire,
high
this
armor
ship.
and health, but very low
Yeah.
maneuverability.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull, obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that
It looks like a
helps with
turtle.
it feeling intimidating.
What they're talking about? It looks like a turtle to
If
me.
we swing round, following the ship round
Reminds
clockwise,
me of the
what you'll then
Reliant from
see
Star
is
Trek.
first of the side turrets. If the
Now I have to look that
notice
up.
the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick
Stuck
space
as many
between
guns
where the
on
glass
this
is and the
thing
whole
as
exterior. That's
possible.
because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected
okay.
wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it.
That
And
is
then the
kinda
side
cool.
turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions. One of the unique things about the
Hopefully
Paladin
the rail's
is
useful
all
this
the turrets
time.
are remote and all the crew are located in
Not
this
like the
one
Scorpion
central
page
two-story room.
A lot of our
Instantly,
other
the moment they
gunships, the
talked
crew
about
gets
it.
scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool
That
experience.
is a
so
cool
you can
cockpit.
really feel like you're playing as a group.
That's
You've got
neat.
the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the
350.
intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
Is that a
We added a
four-person crew
glass
for
floor
that
just
thing?
to keep the two connected.
Yeah,
I
but
think
that's
really
like
helps
max.
the feeling
Like
that
you
you're
slave
working
a lot of the
together
turrets to the
and
pilot. So
communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability
You don't
to
need
fully
all the
crew a
people.
Paladin,
Here you go.
can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy
This
fighters
ship is
like
designed
the
to sell.
Scorpius.
It might be
or
better
other
than
ships such
every
as the Drake
single
Cutlass could do.
PvE ship in the game.
this ship
only
had,
350.
even in its concept phase level, had
Coming aboard the
super drama
Paladin,
with
you
it
enter into
because of
this sort of armory, ready
Yeah.
room area.
They
You have
lowered
a variety
the
of suit
competitor of it
lockers and weapon
to
racks
fit this
in
in
this
to make
room.
it better.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back.
It was
simple.
pretty screwed up.
It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original
Is there a
concept is
bed?
we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area.
I think
And then
cargo's going to
off that
start
central
mattering.
area, you have the dual
Yeah.
living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at
As
the
in
rear
if
you
you
have
have
the main
ammo.
sort of engineering area where the
You can
majority
refill
of
your
the
ballistic
weapons are.
ammo
Bigger than
potentially.
Also within the upper
Yeah.
traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with
No, it's big.
seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship.
It's another, like,
really
constellation
complementary
killer.
to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup. So something like the Valkyrie, where you've
Yeah,
got
it's
this
like
big
the
drop
firepower
ship.
of the
You know,
Connie
the
in a
Paladin's
smaller
there
package.
just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same
that's
style
quite
of bunk.
large.
When they're
Oh
at
my
work,
gosh.
everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that. You like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. You're
All the other ships have the
Toilet seat never
captain
gets
quarters
toilet
toilet as
never
well.
gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
Vandal.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Asperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big,
the
scary
heavy
space
fighter.
aliens. They're like 7 foot tall, evil
So
war
cool.
race that sort of take over,
It
steal
does look
technology,
really
absorb
cool.
it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively
one from the
nasty
single-player
aliens that you
trailer, right?
sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet.
Yes.
They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking
Yeah.
members within their clans.
I'm surprised we're seeing it.
The Stinger
need that
is
money,
a
man.
competitor to something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
Everyone's
It packs a
guessing
lot
the
of
price.
firepower in quite a
Wait, it
large
is
frame, so it's a
$315?
very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Asperia have
An
done
F8
differently with the
competitor,
Stinger is
'cause the
they have
F8
done
made
away
them
with
so
the
much
majority of the
money.
bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Asperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Asperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling. But
course.
underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Cool.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to
Beautiful
take
ship.
the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of
Vandal cockpits
bubble
are
dome
very
that gives
bad.
the cockpit quite a unique shape
Yeah. A big
compared to some
change
of our
is
other ships.
very
and also gives the
important.
pilot
Yeah,
a
this is so
unique
much better.
position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a
Nice.
little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail,
That's cool.
rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
It's kind of
On
Banu.
entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
That is so
Into the
weird.
traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
You just ride
It's so much
around.
wasted
I think the team's
space.
done a really
Yeah,
good job
I
of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of
One guy in my
respecting
chat
the,
said sold
the direction
after that.
and vision
Everyone
of
else
the
was
original
laughing.
Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them.
Is there any
But what about the other mysterious faction we have
any
running
space inside for cargo? It's pretty massive.
So Gray
Heavy
Chowdhury got
fighter,
to
no
start
cargo, I don't
as he was working a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
A new Wicklow.
So the Shiv, We don't really know what it is.
Color
To
cutlass?
be fair.
It's what
Cutlass.
happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly
This is
unique,
so cool.
wonderful, arguably beautiful,
It's the Mad
and
Max
just released
Cutlass
out into the
edition.
universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the ship,
This is in the
I
single
think
player game,
most
isn't it?
people
Something
will
like this.
probably recognize
That's what
there
I
is
said, oh, at
more than a
first I
fair
thought
proportion of the
so.
cutlass visible
this is
there,
something
but
different.
it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The
know.
top turret,
This is the-
which is now remote,
This
You
is
might
the
be
Cutlass
right.
Save Money
hodgepodge
edition.
amalgamation with
Yeah.
multiple other ships' turrets.
We've
And then
just
the
made it
changes
from other
continue onto the
ships.
inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find
had 4
there's
Ardor
bits of
repeaters on it.
Crusader ships just integrated into the wall
Sure, very
instead of
strong
what was there
guns.
originally.
It has lost its
Might have to
side
melt my
entrance,
cutlass for
some
this.
of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually
I don't
more
think you could
powerful
buy this.
thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken
Never
for the health
mind.
and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose
on the store.
cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
I thought this was our
Fuck it.
first
Come
in-game
on.
only.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake
Come on.
and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
It is from
no,
Squadron.
No
then.
comment.
You're right.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's
It's
money.
the shipjackers, right?
does Gray have
Pretty
a
sure.
motto,
Yeah.
an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a
Just
bit
buy it for
different, a bit away from the
$150.
norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another
Very
year.
combat heavy lineup there.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Okay. FPS weapons or ship weapons?
Yeah, probably FPS would be my guess.
I'm talking about
yeah.
the new edition that come
He's
out
the
in
FPS
October.
weapon artist.
The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
That is cool.
I think
like
this is the one that
we've been waiting for that for
not
like a
only
year.
is the most in demand, but I've
Maybe
been
more.
Politely badgered about the most.
Yep.
It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see
That's
on the top
weird.
of the art, there is
That's
a
super
bolt
weird.
that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy,
So ridiculous.
glued together kind of aesthetic.
Gonna end up being the best gun in the
The
game. 'cause
LMG,
it
this thing is
punches
a
through
really
armor
fun,
and health.
slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
I think he's exaggerating that.
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a
Warhammer
rocket
40K
launcher
approach.
of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you
This
pull
is so stupid.
into the tube
Yeah.
and fire
I don't
towards
know.
your enemies. The cool part
It's
about
fine
it
as an NPC
it will
gun,
have
I
an
don't want
arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aiming apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Here we go. This is what everybody wanted to
Are we going to talk
about
about
for the last couple
binoculars?
days.
Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and
People
I
so
think it
excited
will be
about
really convenient
binoculars.
to use something
Just a new
that's
Wicklow
dedicated
offering, I
to
don't know.
look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
Okay.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
If you drop them in your ship probably will explode.
Yeah. Thanks,
Don't leave
Alexi
them in
and
your
Zach.
cargo
That's
hold.
the
Yeah.
end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else.
No Pioneer.
It's been an exciting year.
No
and I think the next
Kraken.
year of ships is going to be even more exciting
No Perseus.
and expansive than this year.
Interesting.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat
Untested.
ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional
This PTU
uses
is gonna
coming
be a
up
mess.
later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I show? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties.
Chat's asking about the Perseus. They're like, where's the Perseus?
Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack. So you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski
people
challenge
occasionally
coin.
say it's all been art.
What else can I show?
The show? It has not all been
I'm
art.
kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are.
Confused.
Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Here we go. Excuse me. Hi. How you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I got to be careful. Last year, I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants. If the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here.
Is that Mark Hamill statue over there?
You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Gary Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's very cool. I'm gonna go over here. Can you see me? Hi, Mom. All right.
Oh,
so yeah,
that's cool.
and
connects all the way through.
What are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers
thanks for the money,
big
guys.
coffee controversy of 2016 where everybody took the
Thanks,
Reddit
we own a
and
giant
pondered the question,
office
do Devs deserve
building
coffee?
in
You
England
want to
now.
see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm going to come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah.
I understand why no work gets done.
Do devs deserve
alcohol
frozen deliciousness?
Probably not.
Why finish the game
I don't know.
when you
Go
work
to
here?
Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look.
They're below you.
Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got. Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here.
What is this?
What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here?
Are we delaying? No, because Chris is at that studio. Like, I was like, are we delaying for some live Chris thing?
That's a CitizenCon throwback.
My chat just said cocaine is a hell of a drug.
I have now crafted my own pizza
Copium
experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Darius.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
FPS crafting segment.
All right. He combined the pizzas together to craft his own pizza, Mike. Did you not get that incredible lead up?
It was very well put together, yeah. I hope it's not like that.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
In the next few months.
first version of crafting
snap.
is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Where's quality listed on there?
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire.
Shooting range can stop a
It's not just
railgun
mining,
round.
it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
Okay.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
I want to rant so bad. Not connecting
You'll be able
to
to
your
get the
inventory
new
is
crafting
wild.
machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal
You don't like
hangar,
taking
or
boxes?
try to
Put
beam
the
it
box
around
in
and
it?
stick
Putting
it on a
stuff-
ship if you want to use it from there.
That's so weird.
There'll be
Yeah,
a
I don't
small
love
amount
it
of
either.
blueprints you get credited to your account just to
We're putting
test
stuff in
and mess
stuff
around, but the
gameplay.
vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire.
Does that include
You might be
the
wondering,
pledge store?
what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release.
No
We're happy with
upgrades.
this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
That made me want to puke.
That's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
This is for you.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro.
Okay.
But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others.
Safe.
But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing,
you know what an instance
this
is.
technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones.
Okay.
So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers'
interesting.
ability to
Yeah.
create curated content. So that said,
Bringing back
how will it work?
Jumptown kind of thing.
Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition
That's what
is
I'm
just
talking
like a
about. This
dynamic
is what
mesh
I want
transition.
right there.
And so throughout the universe,
Quantum
we will
jump
be able to
instance.
add these areas that are
Perfect.
open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
This is huge. This is one of the most important updates for today.
Siege of Arisen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event.
Yep.
But it struggled a little bit
to
from
be
its
instanced.
technical execution.
It had to be.
But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group to work through that activity.
And have the AI
is an
respond.
event that I
within
had the
30
honor
seconds of being shot.
pretty much solely
Yep.
designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails
have
have
an
taken
Easter egg
over
there. I wonder if
sort
it'll
of
still be
a
there.
cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic whose sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed a problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
Anybody arguing against this?
I'm excited to say the least to bring back Siege of Orison and 2 statuses and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while The next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx. I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other two systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those two systems as well.
I'd love to see them give an example of a PvP situation that they would do this in. I mean, I'm thinking Jumptown.
Yes. And while things like Genesis, Interstellar Hauling, Crafting, Siege of Origin,
Make sure
and
it doesn't
more
get
will
too
reveal
crazy with
next
too many
year
people.
will continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx, there's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
So it's not in ArcCorp now, it's in Levski.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally.
Is this an engineering
And so
instance?
the player is tasked with their group most likely
Maybe?
to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay,
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into some vents. It's like a free layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and
That's
repeatable.
cool.
Everything from mining to salvage to combat
Beam
to
technology.
investigation, a variety
Always.
of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people
And it could be
getting in your
anywhere,
way.
like where
it's
you
you, your
spawn
team,
in.
your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump
video
through them
game.
in faster and faster times as well.
Yeah.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Actually, it's just one more thing. It's so not genuine that they're cheering like this, though. It's very weird. Stop this.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and
Don't do
it was
that.
immediately apparent that we were going to lose our
that's a
broadcast
disaster.
license, so we're not going to do that.
We
did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see. We've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get them, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First CitizenCon after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. At San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party, oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about big CitizenCon versus digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh, yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
They can't help themselves.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9? Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Right.
I like the live ones. I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react.
I guess she comes next because we haven't seen anything from her.
We can react. Watch. Everybody. Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down in like 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could be different.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
all
with
right.
one.
Let's get started.
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISE, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes.
He's just going to say,
if
still
you're at a
working
watch
on
party, it's time to
like
get...
we're nowhere near it, so...
I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
No way he's going to...
So this will be a little over 2 hours now. And it's not going to end in 9 minutes.
Road to 1.0 revisit.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year to do as we've done today and
Kill the
look at
insurance,
the year ahead.
please.
So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Please.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year,
More volume,
I highly
Chad?
recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Xenothreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player.
This is what you've done.
And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
to see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse. I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting.
So where are they?
And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear,
I wonder why they didn't
bringing
show
all
her.
the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
I would imagine.
Yes, partially.
Yeah,
it will be
I would
one
hope so.
mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the 3rd pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new
That's a good point, too.
North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and
really
engage
just
in.
defending
Now, when I talk about
instances
instancing,
for any misconceptions.
instancing isn't always
what's gonna
what you'd
be
imagine
said
as a
by the
solo
PvP community.
instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar, where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, you're not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0.
Yeah. This is
we
all,
will eventually work
like
on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all 3 of those pillars
Are you already
will
playing Battlefield?
interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
Yeah, if
All
I
so
look
we've
too
had a lot
dense,
of the,
I'm actually playing Battlefield.
the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe.
Oh, it's not coming. It's coming to tech preview.
But I want to ask you this one last big
It's so
one.
different.
It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ships
Starfarer
has a
gameplay.
purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and
I'm going to cry for the wrong
something that a
reasons
lot
today.
of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
All right. That was a long way to say almost nothing.
Yeah, like we got exactly what we were hoping we didn't get towards the end there.
So the persistent universe
God it
has
was
existed
time
for over
gated.
10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
This is your instanced PvE
spaceship
ship
battle
combat
stuff.
battle stuff that we were mentioning.
Yeah.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of
They-
what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
Do we have those
When you
social
arrive,
tools
you will have
to
this
create
big
a party?
asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and
Last
on
year?
this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see at the middle, you will have this
Big what?
big energy
Arm.
core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close,
Whales
it will get
out.
shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of
Get out of here, whales.
make it so we can mix
The
up
whale
that ship
counter.
combat, and not
Yeah.
everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
Literal game
You
design
have to send out your
counteract the
best
pledge
pilots
store.
to navigate the superstructure
So
and
silly.
take down anything that may damage your bigger ships.
So pilots got to
So
go
at
and
this
take out
point
the
you're
turrets so the
thinking,
capital
destroy
ships
the
can do their
turrets.
work.
Yeah.
But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them,
Oh my God, guys,
and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive
This
or
is
ballistic ordnance will be
funnier
here.
than
That's
I thought
torpedo
it would
ships
be.
like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
They had to make reasons for these ships because these ships don't have
Once
reasons
the power
right now.
relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
Why did he call it the superstructure?
I feel like this is a proud dad
Is that
moment.
not exactly from Star Wars?
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Yeah, called it.
Yeah. They
So as you enter the
refuse to
structure,
reinvent the
you'll
wheel,
see
but
cooling
they
units along the
do
sides of
Star
the
Wars every year they try.
There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times or
Same
you need to do it
shot.
twice.
At this point, the core is still
gonna
protected,
get
so these are
sued?
essentially strafing runs.
That's cool.
Yeah, no,
Like objects to avoid, you're going to have to be able to dodge, you're going to have to move quickly, you need an agile ship.
Think about how many
It's the
people are gonna
shield
die.
generator that you're targeting.
Well,
It's emitting lots
I'm
of
curious about the
distortion
actual
damage.
reason of needing to do this fast. Why do you need to be at this speed?
So once the cooling
Yeah.
units
You
are
said you're
out,
gonna
that
need to dodge
exposes the
stuff.
core to
Turrets?
overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in. Ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Oh yeah, they talked about this.
You're gonna be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the
That's
Polaris
kinda cool.
and other
Actual
ships
carrier
that are
gameplay.
designed to
And they
have other
kept it
ships
simple.
land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
They said it would just be based off the cargo you have on the ship.
You're not bringing your own Idris. The People's Alliance has an Idris there that can
Not
provide a safe port
overcomplicated.
in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've
Oh,
rearmed
cool.
and
So you
refueled
can
too,
use the
because
mission
now another
Idris
group of
if you
ships
don't
is
have
coming
your
to
own.
attack the
Yeah.
People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in.
Right,
You've got
we
to
need
land,
dropships.
You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
They're like, trust us, guys. Dropships have a purpose.
After you've opened
Yeah,
the
we
doors
swear.
and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
Is it an AI ship that's picking them up?
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple,
Or do we
but
pick
there's an
them up?
additional complication.
Oh.
So up until this point,
Yeah, it
it's just
seemed
been
like the
you
dropship
versus the
has to
enemies
do
in the
it.
station.
Yeah, that's a
But the enemies in the
change.
station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not
Okay.
going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vandal by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vandal are coming, they're gonna come hard, they're gonna keep coming, you're gonna have one hell of a fight.
I wonder if they'll actually fly in a formation like that. That'd be cool.
Kingship?
No.
Bro, are they not putting out Squadron this year? And they're just like, fuck it. We have to put it in the game? Like some of this stuff?
Because it's just going to take too long.
Is that the king or is that like a driller? What is that?
I think it's not the king, but it's, yeah.
Tactical strike groups.
Okay, well, there's the Vandal cap ship that I wanted.
Yeah.
So throughout 2025,
most of what you wanted, Cam,
created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
Look cool. I wonder how many people are going to be needed to complete that mission. It looks pretty intense.
Yeah, somebody was like, what about me and my 5 friends?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, sometimes content isn't for you and 5 friends.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. You know, it's been a long road for the last 10 years that PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships, and as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those, and our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, hesitation, you know, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies.
Yeah, that is fair.
Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you all in the verse
nobody
this coming
else
year.
would ever.
Nobody would do this. Yeah.
They
needed the stupidity of us to fund it. love how he reminds me how dumb I am every at the end of it, all these.
Is that?
I think that's it. Yeah. I
Chat
believe
is
so.
giving it ratings out of 10 now.
Immediately, yeah, I immediately got them, and they were not very high, like mostly around 5.
Seen 5s and 6s, some 7s.
It started off really good though. Like the Knicks thing was like super surprising. Looks really good. I think as we went on, it was less exciting, so the ratings went down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
They
like
let a few devs waffle on for a bit, but
yeah.
the actual content that they showed, or the plans at least, the snippets of content is right along in the same vein that I want. I want instancing. They showed a lot of instancing related stuff, both for FPS and for spaceship stuff. Finally starting to think about purposes for having multiple mixed fleets and stuff. Really important. I think they have a ton of work to do there. Like you need a whole mission line for every type of ship or it's not going to work in the long run. So they got to flesh that out massively, but you know, they at least try to make a reason to have a drop ship there. They're like, see, we told you these ships were going to have something to do at some
something.
point.
Yeah, but the support area of like MMOs just doesn't necessarily exist within the ship architecture yet. So they were like, see, you'll rearm over here. And it's like, that's the closest thing that you get to it. But I thought that mission at the end looked like it would be cool. I think that would be fun. It definitely looks like
really
you
cool.
have to work together with maybe more people than you're used to. Maybe you have to be a little bit more social than you're comfortable being in a game like this. And have to go in general chat and, hey, is anybody up to run this with me kind of thing. Right.
And as long as they have enough smaller versions of that experience that you can do with your 4 friends, you know. And they kind of demoed some of that stuff with some of the earlier mission stuff where they showed you fighting Vandal ships and other things like that. So I'm all for instancing. I think as soon as they started talking about it, and even before they started talking about it, I was saying that they have to have this for the future or it's just not going to work. I think I started thinking about it most when we first got to test Siege of Orison, and I was like, oh, this is fundamentally flawed and will never work unless they change all the rules. And they changed all the rules. And when they showed Siege of Orison coming back as a 15 to 20 player experience that either could be your handcrafted party or you could just join a larger group, queue up, or whatever their plan is for it, that seems perfect. That's what I want. It makes sense. Persistent universe doesn't work around big narrative style missions. It just can't. And even EVE Online, a game that has been a template for Star Citizen in many ways, has its instanced encounter areas when you run missions. So they realized that they had to do it, and EVE is one of the most persistent, most player-driven games ever created. So I'm glad to see it. I think they just spent too much time defending the instance tech, which just like, they don't need to defend it. It's obvious.
Like he's like, we're this big, like he said it like really finally, stop pretending that you're small. Like we're a big independent studio, but they listen to us too much. Like they are worried about what we're going to say. Like that, a lot of this was like, but they're going to say this. And it's like, if you were actually confident in what you were doing, then you would just do it, and you would do it with like gumption, I guess, and just do it and just say like it's gonna be good, right? Or it is good, and actually make it good. And it's like they're always scared that we're gonna be upset because I feel like they know that it's not gonna be 100% done or whatever, right? So it's like,
they've got over a decade of the fan base really hammering them on everything. So it just felt a little defensive, which I'd imagine you would get that way being a game that has how many hundreds of millions of dollars in
Yeah.
fan funding behind it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're not a private company that doesn't feel like it needs to defend its decisions. You're basically a publicly funded company that needs to justify it with the fan base. So I get that to an extent, but I don't think they had to defend instancing here because there is no, in my opinion, good way forward without instancing.
You're right. You're
don't-
right.
Yeah.
But this will be extraordinarily polarizing for the next minimum couple of months.
I don't get it. Everybody gets everything they want with instancing. That's the
I know.
thing.
I know.
Because people who want this like cutthroat hardcore universe don't get that unless they have the people in there who don't want that cutthroat hardcore universe.
Yeah.
And you don't get those people unless you have a nice gameplay loop that they can jump into and experience. And then they might venture out into that bigger universe that you want to be populated. You're not going to get it populated by making it like super punishing for everybody all the time.
100%. Like the best thing that they said is like, we can then finally curate this content for you. And that is the most important thing about all this. You could never have Siege of Orison in a 600 player server ever again. Like you couldn't have it with 100 players. You probably couldn't have had it with 50. Let's be honest, the way it was playing. So that was something that could have easily been a very good thing, a very fun thing, maybe not for your hardcore PvPer, but that is content that in every other MMO that has hardcore PvP in it, you just wouldn't do. Hardcore PvPers in EVE don't run abyssals, which is like an instanced dungeon. Like they don't do that, right? You're just PvPing.
But then they mentioned PvP instancing also.
Yeah.
So like now you can have and what's so important about PvP instancing and like a perfect example of why large scale combat games don't succeed is for anyone who's ever played PlanetSide in the past. I love PlanetSide. I've played it for many hundreds of hours, but it has suffered from the constant problem of you almost never have a fair fight. So it is almost always one team with like 3 times as many tanks and aircraft as the other team. And it turns into this one-sided base defense or something where one team is just getting massacred or just hanging on for dear life. And that's because it's not really a controlled environment. And that's what you get in a non-controlled environment is a non-fair fight, just like real life. Rarely is it like everybody's got the same stuff. All right, fight now. And instancing can let you do that. If a PvP instance says, hey, there's only one reward at the end of this mission, and there's 2 teams that are going to fight for it, and you can bring in 5 players each or whatever the number is, now you got a fun, fair fight. Because otherwise, if that was an open world experience, the org with the biggest and most players would just win it every time, and it would kind of suck. So I like that they're doing PvP instancing. That means PvP will now be accessible and available to people who don't run with a massive org and can't win those massive fleet battles. They go, well, how do we have a fun space battle where we don't just get clapped by everybody who has 10x our number,
Yeah.
And that's how you do it.
I always think like, are you familiar with the contested zones and sort of have that loop and how it works a little bit, where you're in the station and you're in it always, the problem that I always run into with content like Hathor, the Big Worm, contested zones, even Jump Town in some ways, is that the thing that you gain without the risk involved is it's almost imbalanced. So if you're on a dead server, it's so easy, and then if you're not on a dead server, it might be too hard. And so like the idea of a contested zone, now I don't think this is possible without a loading screen, so I don't think it could happen, but I always think of you being like almost matchmake into a contested zone, so you're never in a dead one by yourself, and you are competing against other people. Like think Escape from Tarkov. Maybe you just scav in that is the kind of thing is that you're scavving in. Maybe there's a timer where all the oxygen goes out and eventually you'll die or something. But the idea of I want to go do a contested zone and I am pitted against other people from my region and maybe not we're not on the same server, that would be fantastic, I think.
Yep.
Because way too often do you run these alone, and way too often are they overrun by a giant org or something.
Yep.
And it's never quite the PvP content that the design intended for, because there was no rules. And some rules are good sometimes, and it'll be more fun. So
very rarely does anybody make a big mission experience or a big situation that's supposed to involve combat and they think, won't this be great when one team steamrolls the other completely? And it's like, no, that's not what they're thinking when they design it. I do want to clarify, because I see some people sort of pushing back against this a little bit in chat a little already. I think they should still have the big persistent open world where orgs can fight over resources, and you can have those one-sided battles, and you can have a big org come in and ambush somebody and obliterate a smaller org that was trying to mine in an area. I think that's important and it's good. And I think that's also the backbone of a huge portion of what the gameplay can be. And just like EVE has instances, they also have that cutthroat open world environment where your org can own a whole section of space. And if they want to keep that, they got to fight for it constantly. And I think Star Citizen will still have that and should still have it, but there's absolutely no reason it can't do both.
Should you be able to still gate camp Pyro to Stanton or Pyro to Nyx? Of course you should be able to in some way. The open world aspects of after you leave the instance, you still have the stuff. You are able to kill other people and take their stuff in so many situations of the game. They have mentioned a lot of work talking about readjusting or dealing with the Mantis, which is the interdiction ship. They need to do a lot more with stuff like that, improving that style of gameplay, 100%. But in the moment with things that are designed gameplay, it has to work within the design. And when it is completely just open, it will never work and nobody will be happy, because Hathor came out and it was chaos, and the people who like chaos had the best time ever. And then the people who don't like chaos never went again. And now those people are like, oh, it's dead at Hathor. What's going on? Game's bad. CIG bad. And it's like, you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
You ate all the fish, man. They're gone. So it's like, that's exactly what happens. So if you're able to keep the fish happy, keep the little sheep happy, you're going to have things you're going to be able to eat. And
one thing that they didn't mention about instancing, which I was kind of hoping they would, and maybe they can address it in a future weekly update or something, but one of the big benefits of instancing, which is why things like Siege of Orison were so brutal to play, was the server performance was awful, absolutely awful, because they're trying to run it on these big 100-player mega network servers with tons of AI and all this crap happening at once. If they can instance it and figure out the netcode properly so that we can have responsive AI both in ship fights and firefights, that's the biggest benefit right there. That is number one benefit. And what's that big fleet battle, their first community event that they did?
Xenothreat.
Xenothreat never played well.
Never worked.
I don't think and that was because the servers were just buckling under the load. They couldn't handle all this stuff going on. They were trying
Other
to
players
do
were
it
just shooting you.
Yeah. So you could take an event like Xenothreat, just like Siege of Orison, make it instanced, and you say, okay, well, 40 players can join this, or however many, 40, 50, 30, I don't know, whatever the number that works. And you queue up, and then you're in that server. It's full of players. You're never there on your own trying to run the missions solo. It's catered, but it's so much, but it'll be more fun, Like, would you rather have the experience be terrible 9 times out of 10, or would you, rather have it be good most of the time, but a little more catered than just being this random open world thing?
I see a message in chat that is just overwhelmingly true with the FPS experience, and I'm sure you've recognized this as well, just having any experience in any other FPS game. Like, you would think instancing would help, but there are very clear and obvious like networking problems with the FPS experience now in Arena Commander, which is an instance. So like, hopefully this, and I can't believe I'm coming out of this saying, hopefully they'll learn their lesson, like I do every year, and then get just disappointed. But if the content is, let's say they do Siege again, right? Which they're definitely showing that like they want to, is that when they go in there and I try and swap my weapon for a med gun and it switches back to my gun and I start shooting my wrist instead of healing.
Yeah.
Like, hopefully somebody goes, hold up. Can we get an engineer and do something about this for once in the last literally 10? It is 10 years now, because I was at the LA studio November 2016 to debut Star Marine. So it has now been nearly 10 years on this stuff. 9, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. So it needs to, some of those things need to be dealt with. And
well, and the point you made earlier in the stream too, which I think is another one of these most important points, is that if there is a Xenothreat event going on and I queue up for it or whatever, however the process works, I jump into it and it puts me into an instance. That instance can be a West Coast server in America, because it looks at my IP, and all the other players in there could be from West Coast, or at least the party leader. Maybe it matches off of party leader, whatever they do. But especially for Star Marine type stuff, server proximity is huge. Just having played a bunch of Battlefield, I was playing with some UK guys, and even in that game, which has had decades of netcode optimization specifically focused at FPS and only FPS, I'm still dying behind corners. I start getting shot, run around a corner, die behind the corner. There's not a lot of ways around that when you have high ping and high latency.
We haven't solved the speed of light yet. So like there had to be concessions made. Like, I don't think we're ever going to be in one instance in a game like this. You could do it in an EVE Online. You could do it in an Albion Online for obvious reasons. You cannot do it in a Star Citizen for obvious reasons, I think.
Yeah.
So
Spaceship combat, probably a lot more forgiving. FPS combat, where you're peeking out for literally half a second, taking a shot and peeking back. If that doesn't feel right, then the whole experience feels bad. And this is why nobody's really successfully done FPS in an MMO before, because it's always going to feel worse. PlanetSide got close, but all those massive servers were regional. At least at the start. They've consolidated them down due to player numbers now. But when it started, it was regional based. So you picked the server that was closest to your region, and hopefully everybody there was playing with decent pings. And so it kind of worked. But even then, the latency in PlanetSide was not comparable to smaller games like Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, Battlefield, which could break those servers down much smaller and much more location based than the bigger 1,000-player PlanetSide servers. So Star Citizen has to do it if they want any type of decent latency reactionary gameplay. And that includes AI as well. The AI will react with latency too. If you're playing on a server that's in the UK, you're getting your 150 to 200 millisecond latency, depending on where you are in the world. And those AI are going to shoot you behind walls. So it's not going to be any different.
And people talk about crafting. Guys, there's not a lot to talk about.
I see people are upset about not seeing any base building, and I get that too, because that was a huge hype point last year, and not showing anything. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Not showing anything is scary, and showing crafting in the super limited aspects is...
It almost felt like they didn't need to show crafting at all there, because they didn't add any new info other than putting the boxes into the thing, which is like
I was trying
awful.
not to explode. Can I have a? I'm not going to yell, but I need a moment. I need
Go
a
for
moment.
it, Mike.
That I don't know who there thought that was a good idea. Who sat in a meeting and said, "Yeah, go for it." Everybody needs to look in the mirror and just like wipe the clown makeup off their face.
Yeah.
That one was really difficult for me to see because I yeah, one of the devs that works on it is here. So I'm sorry, but that one really hurt because what game have you played crafting with that doesn't like automatically just connect to your inventory, whether it's your backpack, whether it's the inventory at the location you're at? Like we do not need to go that deep. And I know that's a Chris Roberts thing, and like just somebody's got to stop this, man. Like it has to stop with the manually moving things. It is not fun. It is not fun.
I
Everything
echo
else
what
looked
you're
okay.
saying. Yeah.
That is not fun, man. It is not. Like there
And
are
I think to give chat some context for some of my viewers who are not maybe as deep in the Star Citizen experience.
I'm upset, guys. I'm sorry.
Star Citizen has been moving in a direction where there's just so much more of your time is spent just moving items around, putting things in boxes, putting them on elevators, taking them off of here, laboriously putting them on your person, and having just more and more things go into that same direction of put the things in the box. Now put the box in the thing. Now hit the button on the thing.
Yeah,
And you're
we're
like,
getting no
what
positive
point-
feedback on this. Nobody's telling you it's good. And they just keep
Yeah.
pushing that way. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's weird because so much of I think the marketing and the styling of the game in many ways appeals to a very large audience, and this endless inventory management and task oriented system based around just moving items appeals to a very, very small audience. And I'm somebody who likes playing space trucking games.
Yeah.
And I don't want that stuff. Space trucking where you're just moving one thing to another thing, but it's gameplay based around that. I don't want shared inventory space at locations, whatever you got to do to make it easy to just do things. But yeah, all this.
Just take a
picking
moment
up
and think about this. Like, just take a moment and think about the steps that it takes before you even get. Like, the current gameplay experience is this: I go out and mine. Okay, so I go find a rock, and let's say that is they showed like steel, but let's say it's copper, or let's say it's iron and coal or something like that, or carbon to make steel, right? And that's what I'm crafting. I go out and I mine both of those things in my prospector. Now I have to manually take the bags off of that prospector, put them down a freight elevator. Now I have to run to the refinery, press some buttons, refine that. When that's done, it goes automatically to my freight elevator. Now I have to lift the freight elevator up, put it on a cargo ship, bring it to a different place, and then I bring up from the freight elevator, which again is like, holy shit, it's not a thing that's already in my hangar. I bring the thing up the freight elevator, I put the boxes inside the thing, and that's how I make steel. In every other MMO, you go mine, the two things are in your inventory, you make steel.
And that's how you make steel, which you then need to make other things. So then you have to still keep putting things in boxes and craft and setting up new craft.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
like this is
also
the loop I want to play.
Chat says I'm being your anger translator, which
Thank
is
you.
great.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm very annoyed with this too. And I think when they added cargo elevators, which I initially was really excited about the concept of, because they were going to let us bring up vehicles that we could just load into our ships and stuff, which I was like, oh, cool, a convenience. It actually just made the game incredibly inconvenient and has been one of the biggest detractors to me even wanting to play the game, is all this inventory management stuff that is like, it's like taking a extraction shooter and just multiplying that inventory management by like 5 or 10, just to a level where the people who are going to enjoy it, I feel, is becoming a small subset.
Yeah,
of
it's just
the
getting
player base.
smaller. Exactly. Like the inventory management, moving things around, that doesn't have, like, I'm not saying it in its entirety is not fun, but the excessive nature of it is becoming less and less and less fun. Like, guys, even in a farm sim, which man, you're sitting in that tractor just, riding your whole field. The the way you put seed, you don't individually put the seeds in each individual thing. And guess what? If you want to change the seeds, you just press a button. Like they found like pain points where it's too much sim in like one of the more sim games and said, yeah, no, we're not going to go that far.
Yep.
But like Chris
That's
Roberts is like,
example.
no, you're putting the boxes inside the thing. And it's like, guys, come on. Like, yeah, like Farm Sim is it's got sim in the name. And they even take it simpler. But there's a mod for that. Somebody said, that's okay. If that's what you want, then you have a mod for it. But we're talking about the base game of Star Citizen, right? So
You know what they could do? Because Chris seems to be obsessed with this, like, you have to see the stuff move and you have to have this you can't just magically have things go places. Okay. First of all, they've used beam technology to solve a lot of those problems for them already.
Yep.
There's a lot of games, if you play like an RTS style game, they have little drones and stuff move your supplies around for you. So you go plop, I'm going to build a building here. And then the little drones and all the stuff moves the stuff for you.
Factorio,
why couldn't
belts.
you could come up with a system like that where if you're in a crafting environment or you set down a crafting thing, it has a drone or something, or it beams the resources into it. Anything, you could come up with some stuff if you have to have that visual representation, which I personally don't think they do. And I think that's a problem that is just overkill. And you could always solve it down the road and just get it working and fun first. And then if you really need that visual flair to represent things moving from one place to another, go for it. But they've made the game that's supposed to take place 1,000 years in the future have inefficiencies that we don't even have to deal with in real life today.
Yeah.
So at this point, you're just like, we're simming like laborious tasks that we would have to do in the dark ages, but in the year 3000. Okay, cool. What weird universe is this? It doesn't make any sense.
It was so weird. And like, it was cool.
Like even going to stores, having to land at a place, store your ship, go in an elevator, go in another elevator, go down to a store, look at the store menu, buy the thing, put it in your cargo bay, run back, upload it from your cargo bay, take it out, put it on your ship. You're like, man, like we got Amazon Prime now. Nobody's doing that in real life. So anyway, I want a little bit of Amazon Prime in Star Citizen.
Convenience is okay. Maybe not too much of it. Maybe not, because again, I think the tactile nature of Star Citizen is one of its strengths. Like feeling like you're physically flying the ship.
Yes.
Getting in and out of your ship, all of that. And I think he just is taking it too far when it comes to the moving of all these boxes, right? Like, I mean, right now the immersive level is quite low, even where like all the boxes are the same, but they're just painted a different color and like the name says something different. Like that's not that immersive. I think it would be more immersive to have all the boxes look different, but is that a good use of their time and money? No. So like they made concessions there, right? So I don't know. That's my feelings there. I saw that and I am very excited by the prospects of finally giving my feedback on a system that I plan on playing, a ton if I play this game a lot. And that is so exciting that it's coming so soon. But I saw that was one frame, right? Of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It concerns me, but there is enough there, I think, to still have it maybe be interesting. So it looked like it was armor, weapons, ship weapons.
For the player inventory, or you're talking about crafting still?
Crafting.
Yeah. Okay.
Player inventory was...
They brushed over that real quick.
Because it looked rough. It's hard to find. Oh, I found it. It's hard to find in the thumbnail because it was so short, but that looks very rough.
I mean, granted, they're showing us what is not finished.
Correct.
I assume. Yeah, this is prototype user interface, but Yeah, we've talked about your issues with this system before, and I do share them. I think it's oddly inconvenient. Granted, as long as they're making it better and constantly finding ways to solve the little issues with it, eventually it could get to a good place. But they're just making things harder on themselves, really.
Performance is the most important thing when it comes to this. I just can't unsee the center, which is very cluttered. Obviously, left and right look pretty standard. Can't really. I'm not talking about the visuals, guys. They're like, but it's Dev UI. I don't care about the visuals. I'm talking specifically about the placement of everything on the screen. It is a third-person inventory. I can see behind me when I shouldn't be able to see behind me ever while participating in a game that's like kind of competitive like this. And it is very cluttered in the middle, always showing everything. I find it to be a little bit weird. And I've always vehemently been against third-person UI. They went and did a first-person UI for looting and then dropped it, which I thought was like somewhat good in terms of like functionality, but it was slow. That was the problem.
I really liked the concept of that, and I was like, cool, let's just do all of the stuff through this type of interface.
Yeah, it was just slow.
Like, it's faster, it's easier, and then they're like, no, you got to like look around your character model and then drag the magazine out of the gun and and you're like, what? Like, I mean, just getting an optic off of a weapon on the ground is like this minute and a half long process. And you're like, why? Are we doing that? It's just silly. And this system doesn't seem to remedy that. Maybe it will, but I don't think it will.
Well, the stuff around you can. So, like, if something's on the ground,
drag an optic off of a gun or something, that'd be cool.
Oh, yes, on the ground, maybe, because it's my understanding that the tabs at the top will consist of the items that are near you. So this is you and your equipment, and I believe the other tabs will be other things around you. So potentially, if I click this tab and it's a gun, that it will come up and show like the guns on the bottom.
This is like they're trying to put everything on one screen, and I think that's a bad idea with this UX here, because you're like, wait, I need tabs. Like, there should be a looting screen, and then there should probably be a more in-depth customization screen or something. But
yeah, like, I feel like this screen you don't want to spend time on when in the middle of combat. Like, this is the one, like, how am I going to look when I'm going out of the house this day? And like, I want to look at my cool armor. I want to make sure I have, like, this is your before you go out. But again, like, I kind of liked the last one because it was quick. It was simple. But yeah. Maybe that will still be there.
Have you ever seen somebody play like PUBG, a game where like a pro player play PUBG?
How quickly they loot?
Yeah. And in that game, you have to put on armor, backpacks, helmets, change out like 4 or 5 different attachments on your gun. Like optics, we're talking, suppressors, all that stuff. And do it quickly in the middle of a firefight. Sometimes you're taking fire, you dive into ass, you're like, dang it, I'm out of ammo with this gun. I'm going to pick up this guy's gun and get it ready to fire. And they do it in seconds, right? And I'm not saying Star Citizen has to do things in seconds, but the point is the system is simple, it's straightforward, it's efficient. And this is not. And
Rust, like those guys, I watch Rust YouTube videos a lot, but I don't know what, because they loot so fast, I have no idea what they're looting. But they have the little bar or the little like fill in circle where it like adjusts for, I guess, network or time, or like it's built in to like be a little bit slower. And and so like while
it's like
looting,
usually a gameplay element to keep people from going like at lightning speed in an unrealistic way. Yeah,
exactly. And it's like, oh yeah, like that kind of made sense for like the little circle spinning to be able to loot, because you can't loot everything at the exact same time or whatever. And I was like, all right, yeah, I kind of like that. But this was interesting, and I'll always be critical of.
They have a 3D problem with UI and Star Citizen, where they're like, what if everything was a hologram? We're like, we could do that in real life also. We choose not to because it's a disaster.
Because it's hard to read.
And they're like,
and it's annoying.
Yeah, and this is like, but it's the future, so everything has to be 3-dimensional. And you're like, okay, well, the star map's actually not like the quickest thing to use ever. Like, it's better than it was before,
Yeah.
but it's
Quicker
not
than before
fast.
does not mean good.
Yeah.
It's like,
Which it looks, yeah,
they're-
it looks so cool visually,
Yeah.
but from a convenience standpoint, we're like, all right.
And they were very much touting how many more people were playing too, which was interesting because it's like,
Well, you said you're playing a lot.
Yeah.
You're one of those people, right?
but I don't necessarily think it's because the game is so much better. It's because they put in so much time-gated content that you have to be there or you don't get the thing. like I
Yeah, that's
mentioned the
interesting.
Ardor repeaters on the gun. Like the only way that you would have gotten those is during an event at the beginning of the year. You couldn't get them. There's no way to grind and get those in the game later. That was it. I was there. I got them. Now they're not there. Now they're going to be on that ship, it looks like. So now I can go on the pledge store and buy the thing that was supposed to be exclusively in the game. That kind of feels gross and bad. Second, it does take away from that too. And maybe we were going to be able to craft those at some point, but
Yeah.
yeah.
What do
I
you
don't know.
think about the multi-system mission stuff? I think that's kind of cool that you can take a mission. It was for cargo hauling, but I imagine that'll evolve to other bigger missions that take you across the universe at some point. But I like the idea of it. My only downside to that is that my favorite part of cargo missions are the actual flight part and not the transit part.
And the flight part is hands off for the most part because you're quantum traveling.
Well, what I mean is the flight part is after quantum travel.
Okay.
If you need to deliver to like a station, I want them to put more stations on or delivery spots on the ground where you got to go through the atmosphere, more obstacles in the way, making you actually have to do some piloting work. But I like the idea of multi-system mission stuff. I don't love the idea of how much more time I'll probably be spending in transit spaces where there's actually no gameplay happening.
Yeah, like
so we'll see.
going through jump points, I think it's like people constantly come to my church. I haven't been here in 2 years. Should I download the game again? And I'm like, if you haven't been through a jump point, like at the very least, you should probably download the game, jump through a jump point, and if you want to uninstall after that, like that's fine because it's just such a sick experience the first time you do it and like I actually haven't gotten very bored of it. So those kind of missions, jumping between
because you
systems,
also have to fly in the jump point. That's what I like about the jump point. Where quantum travel, you literally don't do a thing.
Nope.
You just wait for like God knows how long. Could be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But yeah, the jump point, you're trying to dodge stuff and make it through. If you screw up, you don't make it through. And then you
visual, gameplay, like it's all kind of there, and it's simple. It's not too hard. It's accessible. It's nice. I don't know. The biomes was pretty sick.
Yes, that looks really good.
That this month or coming up this month for those biomes,
right?
But they looked really good. I'm gonna try.
Did they say
them.
that for sure that we're not getting Nyx 1 this month or next month?
It sounded very implied. I don't know, like if chat can help us there because obviously we're paying attention to a million things at once. But there was like this, there was a break in between. What was the name of that segment? Let's see. Breaking new ground. So it doesn't imply
I think
that
I
it's
liked
different.
that segment the most out of everything they showed. It just looked really great.
It was visually stunning. Like,
yeah, that swamp area was fantastic.
Yeah, like this was mind-blowingly beautiful, obviously, and they've
that
talked about
grass render
seasons
tech.
Possible. At
No
some
popping, no popping of the shadows.
Zero popping.
Yeah, incredible shadows from the clouds, and that grass render tech is like top of its game. Like they're doing a planet on a fidelity scale that could rival most games' hand-built environments, and you're like, that's impressive. This rock stuff here. This looks, those cliffs that they're showing at points to, like, I spent a lot of time. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on what's the cold planet, the ice planet that you spawn
Microtech?
on in? Yeah, Microtech, which has a lot of mountains and beautiful areas and stuff, but it's not up to this level. And this is just taking it so much further. Like Microtech's going to need an update now to be on this quality level. but man, does it look good. It looks so good. And I hope that environment feels more interactive, because the only downside could be that this is the best looking, completely static, uninteresting environment that nobody will explore, because you got to make sure that you can do stuff in it,
And let's be
so
honest.
hopefully that's thought of.
Yeah, because that's what we've had for a lot of years too. Like there's times where you've gone down to Daymar, you've gone down to Microtech, and you're just like, wow. But you have that like your 10-second wow, and then it's like, all right, well, what do I do now? Kind of thing, right?
Hopefully crafting will lead to that. Like obviously mining. So if you set down and you do like a mineral scan or whatever ground mining is going to be in the future, and you find some good spots, and then you set out your little mining vehicle and you're driving around, cool, that's one element.
Base building.
But it would, base building. I would love it if like wood became a resource too, so you could chop down a tree and like harvest it, or any of those little alien plants that grow, like pick them and they become a commodity that somebody somewhere wants. Like, if they can integrate more of that stuff, great. Also the game, the wild animal hunting, like more of that in the crafting side of things, where you're selling their pelts or their weird glands that cure cancer or whatever the animal does, more of that they can do, where you can just set down on the side of a planet and gather resources and expand that with base building and whatever you want to do. Like that seems really appealing to me.
Yeah, this was a highlight for the visual stuff. Ship section was kind of
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to touch on any more of the planet before we move on to some of the other stuff?
The planet just looked great. Their tech is top of the game. They're talking about GPU propagation, which is something that I'm learning a lot about right now in Unreal. It's included in one of the latest updates with Unreal, is using the GPU to dynamically propagate assets in the environment as they come into range, because you can't propagate a whole planet or a whole 10 by 10 kilometer region. It would just be too many assets to see visually at once. So as you get closer, it propagates it, but that was previously all done on the CPU. Now they've migrated it all to the GPU side. Star Citizen said that they're doing that with this, and it totally makes sense, because now you can have this environment dynamically load in thousands upon thousands of assets, like potentially every frame. I might be talking out my ass there, but at a very high rate, because the GPU's parallel processing is so capable. So flying over one of these planets in a really fast ship and having all those trees load in seamlessly, and doing that on the GPU is going to be a huge benefit to them. And it could actually, hopefully, improve the frame rate too when you're doing low flybys on planets and stuff.
Yeah, that would be cool. I actually like watching it really closely. I saw some like rocks disappear, but it was not noticeable the first time. So in general gameplay, it's probably not going to be noticeable by your average player either. Right.
Was it? Did they confirm that was the space station on the planet? The
no,
which is Olisar.
Olisar? No, I think people were all just guessing. I thought it was like a like radar dish that the middle was broken out. So who knows? Maybe they just did that for fun, to be funny. And but
their planet tech is so good though. It makes me so just jealous looking at it. I'm like, God, other devs need to be able to make stuff with this tech. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people think
really
that's what they'll do. They'll sell.
I want them to. If they can make a engine that's competitive with, we need more competitives to Unreal Engine out there. Not that I don't think Unreal Engine isn't good. It is good, but competition is great for everyone. And
absolutely,
Unity's going down the crapper right now, so we need that next big competitor.
Yeah, for sure. I guess ships next, real quick. Like I don't know. We'll just highlight some of our favorite things before hopping off.
I do like the look of the Paladin, and I like the shared cockpit stuff and all that. It's cool. I think from a balance perspective, it's clearly designed to make a bunch of ships obsolete. And it's just so many guns. They're just like let's just make a ship that's even more powerful than the other stuff out there. At
Yeah.
least that what's the ship next to it in that shot there? I forgot the drop ship.
Oh, it's the Asgard or the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Oh.
At least those ships can carry vehicles, so they have that vehicle side of it, and they can
Yeah.
carry more cargo. So you're like, all right, it's a drop ship / combat cargo ship or something. And I know the Asgard, I believe the Asgard and the Valkyrie have become popular little hauling ships recently because of that. So they've at least got that angle on it, but otherwise the Paladin is just like, yeah, as long as you're not in a turn and burn dogfight with some crazy PvPer, then it's probably one of the best small to single seat ships you can fly for killing another ship in the game right now.
Yeah, and then the Stinger was a Vandal ship. It was cool. I think heavy fighters are in like a very weird place. I think the biggest highlight was that the cockpit was a lot better. If you've flown a Vandal ship, it's very cluttered and
I know what you're talking about.
not all super red. It's really weird. And then we had
I love the look of it. It's incredible. Like super good art. Vandal art is some of my favorite. Although the interior of that ship is just like for other ships that try and be logical, like this is just like so. The interior of the ship is just a long tube to get to the cockpit. You're not utilizing any of that space in any way whatsoever. No cargo storage, no nothing. It's
a roller coaster, though. It's like a roller coaster tube. It is so weird. We're just going in Space Mountain in Disney to get to your cockpit. It's the weirdest thing ever. A little sneak at the Vandal updated Vandal UI there, though, which we have not seen previously. I don't know if
in the cockpit. Yeah, I didn't really see that.
purple. Like
that
webby.
is Elite Dangerous right there. Look at that left side UI. See those
Here?
little
or here?
No, yeah, there. That's Elite Dangerous right there. That is
This we currently
exactly.
have. That's your helmet.
Oh, that's the helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the new? I don't think I've seen quite that new UI update. How recent is that?
After CitizenCon last year, you've seen it. It pops up.
Okay.
It's
I thought that was part of the ship at first, and I was like, oh, that's exactly what Elite's UI looks like.
It only pops up when one of those three things goes down.
Oh, right.
So because the temperature is randomly at 129 C, it's showing up. It's like a thing that contextually pops up occasionally. All right, I think contextual is the right word, but that's like best look I can get of it before it disappears. So
pretty cool.
Yeah. Purple, which is weird because that's what the GN was. Surprised they didn't go red, but they probably...
Red I found to be really...
hard to do.
I didn't like looking at the red UI because they've had red in the Vandal ships already, I think currently. And you're just like, I have to stare at this the whole time. It's like playing a Virtual Boy from Nintendo. You ever play one of those?
Yes.
You're just like, how long do I have to stare at bright red images in my eyeballs?
Yeah, and then this, which you rightfully called out as the, I don't know if it's the shipjacker or whatever, but there's this.
Yeah, it was that EVA scene from one of those leaked
Squadron
trailers. Yeah,
they've showed this thing twice. It was in
one
of the trailers that we've seen publicly, and then there was the ships of Squadron 42, and remember they had like these orange lines going to them. I don't know. It looks like that, and it was like a visual teaser thing.
I think it's cool that they're adding it. It feels like hey, let's bring some of these ships from single player over to sell because we need to make some money. But that's fine with me.
Yeah,
I don't really care.
I don't care either. I think it's totally fine, and it's whatever.
I think chat brings up, and I think rightfully so, like Perseus, all these other big ships that they're probably expecting. I assume we'll be hearing more about that in 2026. They did deliver a ton of ships this year, so I mean, on that front,
they need something like if they're doing anything like they did last year, it's CitizenCon. They'll upload all these segments into individual things on their YouTube channel, and then they will do a big event for their big sale IAE. And that'll be a very ship-focused. Jared will come out of his hole and make some video content because they have something to sell, and it'll be very much like that kind of stuff that I think the Kraken, the Perseus, they will. That is the whale event. This was. I still think they think this is going to be seen by lots of people outside of the Star Citizen community, so they want it to appeal to as many people as possible. So something small, something affordable. Like some of these were really expensive. Might be more up their alley for something like this, where the less affordable stuff would be for the big event. And yeah, I don't know what else we like. The Vandal raids, the big event at the end. I mean, I think we talked about that with the instancing.
I thought it was cool. I thought it was a neat idea. The complexity of that made it seem like it was very much catered towards big groups. I'm okay with that as long because they already showed the smaller scale instance stuff, both for FPS and spaceship combat stuff. So as long as there's a good quantity of that, and then you can queue up for one of the big raids every now and then. It looked neat. I doubt the trench run's going to play out the way they want it to. There's only going to be a handful of pilots that can do that run properly without crashing. And then on top of that, it's like, people are just going to find like a weird angle to like angle something and just hold still and shoot it for a while. But I love I'm totally fine with them ripping off Star Wars. Trench run is classic, iconic.
It was funny.
They're already ripped off half the ships in the game.
Exactly.
I'm surprised they didn't show the trench run with the Scorpius.
I know.
That's what made me laugh. I was like, come on, you showed it with a Hornet. You got to show the Scorpius doing the trench run.
They just know Disney's like litigious, maybe. So they were like, let's not go too far. But
yes,
that was cool. Oh, I forgot. I had one thing. You said something about the smaller thing. Groups.
Yeah, they had a couple of small mission instances that they're showcasing. There was one where like, I don't remember. You have to like dock somewhere and then go in and fight some guys.
Oh, the one with the pod, the like where it was like there is a Vandal pod sticking out of the out of the ground. I think I'm on it now. Yeah.
So this weird corporation that the Vandal don't like, but also you don't like, and you got to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. This was what I was nervously anticipating that I hoped that they weren't going to do. I really wanted to have this, like, okay, you took your year off of focusing on features to fix the game, and they spent the entire year doing events because they realized that, I guess, it was generating a lot of
chat says. Yeah.
Oh yes, that was the one that I was like, oh, I got to go back to Rockcracker. That was cool. But yeah, they're doing all these events that are like all around this story thing. And what ended up happening this year is all of these events definitely had, even if it was a small amount of feature work, it was feature work, and it was taking up engineering time, and we did not get fixes. Like you said, I've played more recently, and I'm still dealing with the same issues that I had previously. And it's like, that's not good, right? So like that wasn't like the goal for the year.
They've made progress, but the amount of progress that needs to be made for Star Citizen to be a game that doesn't randomly kill you, whether it's for like you could call it user error, but I can't blame the user in Star Citizen's case most of the time, where I'm like, who should know that, right? Who should know that hitting this or doing this at this time will like kill you randomly? So they haven't made quite enough progress there for it to be a game that I think can appeal to the mass quite yet, but they're making progress, just maybe not as much as some of us would hope.
Yeah, and it's obviously going to be the players more like me that would be annoyed by that because I play more consistently than you.
Yeah.
Should.
Well, I was saying that I got annoyed the other day just because I tried to run a mission. I got a crime stat for a thing that I wasn't aware was going to give me a crime stat, and then I spent 2 hours trying to get out of a bugged prison system, and it was just like, okay, that's me trying to play the game as somebody who's not a complete noob, but like comes in from time to time, and I'm still getting locked behind all these janky, weird, broken systems, So It
Guess
just
who
is what
owns?
it is.
Guess who owns the prison content? This guy, and he's in my Twitch chat. So we always give him a hard time about it. But yeah, it's that's what I was kind of hoping to get out of this year was like, oh, this game might appeal to more people now, and it'll be easier to play, and that in tune will just make the experience better for me too, and because more people to play with, cooler things, and better function. But it just didn't happen, and that's where I like the whole beginning of the show. I was like, ooh. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go through another year of the main focus being a storyline instead of the main focus being delivering the foundational, most important things of the game, which is like, how we move around the world. There was no an obvious omission that nobody mentioned was the flight model stuff. Engineering makes sense to not be there because we have had 14 engineering videos and it's just a matter of them making what they said, right? Like what more were they going to show that we didn't know? So that makes sense that it wouldn't be there. But yeah, I don't know. Like you always get the flight model panel, but we didn't get that. So maybe they're going to bring back more ISCs and things like that in the future where they talk more on that to us, the community members that are actively watching the game and not this more wider audience thing. So, yeah. I think I would give it a 5.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Overall.
Did you want to, the rock cracker look cool? I'll just mention it
rock
real
cracker.
quick.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Been a long day.
I've been wanting them to do flying inside of asteroids for mining forever. I think there's a great gameplay opportunity there to make value in the small mining ships over the big mining ships, especially once they go capital class mining ships. You really need a reason to have the small ones. So yeah, going inside an asteroid as a spaceship to mine stuff. The FPS combat in this station, sure, fine. I mean, they're going to mix all that stuff into everything now.
It's what Star Citizen's about in a lot of ways.
I like the idea of it. A giant geode mission. I hope that they would. I was kind of hoping for the implementation of this to just be where you could discover an asteroid that had an internal cavity and then fly into it, and that would be part of the mining experience where you're doing your normal mining and then you go, wait, I think I found a geode or something, and then you get to fly in. Having it be part of a mission is fine as well. It would be neat if they thought about integrating some of that interior mining more out in the verse, and maybe this rock cracker mission is caves. Well, I mean, like they have caves, but like spaceship caves or something. But
like an asteroid cave that you fly into that has ore inside of it, right? That you randomly come across.
And maybe it's just not as much ore as the rock cracker mission. So the rock cracker mission still has a purpose to run. But I like the art for this. It looks amazing. Like the environmental teams are really knocking it out of the park with this game. Like they've got a world-class world building team artistically. It's just unbeatable in many of the shots that they show. You're like, there's no games that have this vibe, this scope, this ambiance. Like they're knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, and then the music goes with it, and it just kills it every time. Like I often turn the music off in games, and I often do not turn the music off in Star Citizen because it just makes it better. Yeah, I don't know. This is something that it's like it's nice to see them say, all right, people like Hathor. Let's do it in a different, cool way, and yeah. Then they showed this visual off, and you're just like, yeah, that's another way of doing a really cool space station rock breaking laser. So I'm down with it, and like all the Star Wars references again, which is just wild.
They just need to delete that railing right there, and and then they have Star Wars. They don't have railings in the Death Star. Come on, guys.
Yeah. So very cool. And yeah, I don't know. Did you give it a rating yet overall? What would you do?
I think I'm 6.5, that kind of thing. It's fine. Cause obviously we've had the mega CitizenCon years where they showed like the Squadron teaser and all and everything, Star Engine mega showcase, and those were very impressive. So yeah, this doesn't quite compare to some of those years, but I think it was fine. I honestly don't mind the shorter, more curated Citizen Cons.
Yeah.
Because just from a time perspective, I actually don't want to spend 2 days trying to absorb crap loads of development information. Like,
I like this.
Like, break it down. Yeah. I as much as I think hair tech is cool, I don't want to see a 20-minute panel on hair tech,
Nope.
So I much prefer these shorter ones, and but that's me, if people like
Same.
the crazy long drawn out one, I'm all for it. But I'll give them some credit for this one just for being shorter, even if it didn't showcase anything massively crazy or exciting. Obviously Nyx is like the highlight there, but we're getting the work in progress Nyx. So it'll be like maybe a planet and a station and Levski when you jump in, and then they'll keep adding stuff to it, I assume, as it goes. But
yeah, I was very pleased to hear that, and I guess maybe I'll bump myself up to a 6 because Nyx in a month, like, okay, like they hit us right away with the big surprise that like kind of blow your socks off, like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that, so that was cool. But yeah, just about what you expected, and that's fine. It just comes down to what I say at the end of all these every year. All right, like go do it now. Go do it, and let let's have some fun, and then that's it. I don't know. It feels like we're kind of wrapping up. Is there anything you want to do before we call it a night here?
Yeah, I'd like to end on a positive note and just say like,
absolutely.
CIG, keep it up. We know that a big portion of this CitizenCon being a little bit more reduced was because you guys are focusing on Squadron 42 and trying to get the release date for next year, which, man, fingers crossed, I want to play Squadron 42.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want to play a finished game, but I'm very excited for Squadron, and not seeing it in CitizenCon is fine if you guys are working your butts off to finish it. Like, I understand. I'm hyped for it. Really want to see that. Star Citizen still feels like it's got a ways to go, and we'll see if maybe next year it does enough quality of life improvements that can have me pop back into the game. And maybe that quality of life improvement is some of these instanced missions that I can get to right away and enjoy right away. Like, if you can take that timeline of how long it takes me to start having fun in Star Citizen and start reducing it, because right now it's about 30 to 40 minutes, maybe, if I'm on it, and I know what I want to do. If I don't know what I want to do, it could take even longer, or if I'm trying to meet up with people, even longer. Start crunching that down. If you can get me to like a 10-minute time before I can start having fun in the game, then all right, we're cooking now. So
yeah,
hopefully that can become one of their bigger objectives, because they keep trying to push towards that and then adding systems that, like the crafting system that you could see taking away from that, or it's just one more chore, one more task. So that would be my hope for next year, and just to wish the devs good luck on Squadron. And I'm very excited about that game, and I hope it is as amazing as it has looked in the trailers.
Yeah,
and the gameplay.
Yeah, and I have my expectations for it, and I've played so many Wing Commander games, and it looks like it's going to deliver on exactly what I feel like it's going to be, which is like, little gameplay, lots of story, interactive, awesome video, and I can't wait to play that. And they even mentioned doing that in the PU potentially, right? They said it for like a little blink, like story videos and things. Like, okay. Today they said it, and I don't know. Yeah, like
great
on
cinematics.
Yep. Yeah, cinematics. Yep. I'm tired. I couldn't put it together. Story videos is what I called them. But yeah,
moving pictures.
Moving pictures. Yes, but yeah. On a positive note, I'm very excited to see Nyx Levski in particular and see what they do with those cargo things on the outside, because those aren't just going to be in Nyx. They're already in Pyro 2. They just aren't functional, so I hope they turn them on there. That'll be cool. And in general, I am so excited for the next, I don't know, maybe like 3-4 months. It sounds like lots of tech previews of those foundational features that are really exciting. So I hope they take feedback in. I hope they don't necessarily dig their feet in on some of these things and hear us and understand that moving boxes isn't super fun, but it should be a really good couple months to start this out, because there's so much to explore now again. I didn't think we would get as big of a drop ever again. I thought it was kind of going to be very staggered, and even with the introduction of Nyx being not fully complete, it still sounds incredibly huge, and it sounds mining focused. So they said tons of mining content. That probably meant Rockbreaker, but maybe there's some other things related to that too. Because
they showed mining inside of some of those stations too, hand mining in the stations. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I'd love. And they showed the rock down on the surface of Nyx 1 mining
that looked
as
different.
well.
So that looked like some sort of a new material, or maybe just a material to say, hey, this is what copper looks like. And they talked about material quality again. It'd be cool if they had a
giant asteroid that you could drive a rock around because it had just enough gravity to like hold it on there. That'd be super cool. But anything mining related, I'm also excited about, especially if it's like easy and accessible to get into. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Instancing has to be the highlight, though. Like you, that's probably my most positive thing, is recognizing that, hey, this is a better idea. And I think Jared's been kind of hinting at that for a really long time. So he would always say, like, if we have better ideas than what we said we were doing before, we're going to do those better ideas. And I think he was probably talking about this the entire time. And good on you. Just good on you. And I'm going to get hate from this, from people in the community, and I don't care, because it's going to make the game overall better for everybody, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And that was probably the best thing we heard, for sure.
Yeah.
So
they didn't give us a timeline on Siege of Ors and Instance, did they?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm
very excited to see what that is, because that sounds like one of their first potential prototypes of showcasing the system. To us. So that would be really cool.
Yeah, I think I very much look forward to seeing that. So fingers crossed. Yeah, somebody in chat said they just said next year, and then somebody else said they said mid-2026. So it all comes down to tech on that thing, and you never know, right? We've been through the tech hurdles with this game a lot, so
yeah.
Fingers crossed
I don't
on
put
that.
any timeline on server tech stuff.
No,
it just
sir.
Takes forever.
No, sir. For me, in this case, it's the idea that matters, and I think it's a good one. But with that, I think it's probably a good place to stop. And yeah. I feel good. I was scared. I feel good.
Okay, that's good. You only had a few trigger moments during the stream. I mostly felt fine during the stream, and I think overall the direction seems to be positive. And
for sure. I'm a very just critical person, so I will always critique everything for some reason. I ask my wife; she hates it, but the overall, I feel pretty good about everything that they said today, for sure. I just had my box moment in the crafting thing. I lost my mind.
Well, you play the game regularly, which is more than I think most of the community does. So if you play regularly, you've got all the little things that you don't like about the game and that you want fixed because you're in it regularly. So it's valuable feedback. People got to hear it,
And they got me with the Cutlass Shiv. I really thought that was like the first ship they would make and would not sell on the website. You can only get this by playing the game. And then boom, I was so sad. But yeah,
I think that they'll probably start making those ships after Star Citizen has launched and has a successful revenue model.
Yeah, a different revenue model other than entirely ships. You're 100% right. I should not even think that way at all, but I did. it just felt it the way they were talking about going to this guy to get this ship.
It did seem like
Right?
it. I agree. But then people aren't spending money, Mike. I mean, what are you thinking? All right.
Gotta swipe. But yeah, I'm excited. Overall, feel good. The more I talk about it, the more I bring my my level up. Maybe we're at like 6.3 now.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
All right.
But all right, everybody.
Get to sleep on things. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for watching, and thank you for sticking around with us. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. I know my chat was having a good time. I hope yours was as well. And we appreciate you guys being here. I can't tell you how many people were coming to the stream asking me, is Level coming this year? Is Level coming this year? And I was like, I don't know yet. I think he said yes like a month ago, but I don't know with this Battlefield release date now. So I just want to, like, from me to you, I always enjoy this. We don't like
Same.
we don't like call each other and get on a call on a regular basis. We talk a lot via DMs and keep up with each other. But like, we got on a call to test the other day, and it was, like, we just kept talking and having a good time. You're a very easy guy to talk with. You're very easy to do this with. And I just want to say, I appreciate you coming and doing this with me. It's always fun. So thank you.
Likewise, man. Thank you for setting up all this stuff. Salty is responsible for the format and doing all the balancing and everything. And I just get to sit here and be like, is that a planet? Or, just add dumb commentary to it. So I appreciate that. Also, I watch your weekly update videos on your YouTube channel. Like, I pretty much don't miss one.
Yeah.
So those are solid. And to my audience watching, if you're like, want regular Star Citizen updates, those are my go-to, because you cover everything, you do it concisely, and then I can skip on like Star Citizen Live, which I don't have time to watch, and that kind of thing. So it's great, and I appreciate your content and you doing this and all that.
This week's gonna be tough to get that. We're going right into building that video right after this, pretty much. So it's going to be a rough one. But yeah, thank you. And again, in case you guys aren't aware, just like check out C-Beams on Steam and wishlist
thanks,
it.
man.
Yeah, man, because it looks really cool. And check out your dev updates on your channel, because like you with this, I don't miss any of those. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
We'll name a spaceship after you.
Oh, that would be sick. That would be so cool.
The salt miner. We'll have to have salt mining to the game.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I think that's probably a great place to stop and say goodbye to all you guys. So thanks for watching, everybody. And yeah, I guess follow us on our social media stuff, I guess, as well. And hopefully we'll see you next year. And honestly, I hope they do it like this again next year, and not like a 12-hour thing. That would be great. And we appreciate you guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I have a little like
Thank
starting screen. I could put that up so we could say goodbye. It says loading, but that's a good goodbye way. So appreciate you guys. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that makes it so the end isn't so abrupt when